I'm recording it though. I'm recording
Yeah.
it, so we're good. Okay. I think we're on. Are we on now? There we are.
No,
We're
I can see
live.
him.
Okay.
Yeah, the talk
Apologies.
is, but the yes, I can see it
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Apologies to everyone who's been waiting. Attila and I have been sitting here chatting. I gave a 5-minute intro, and Attila chatted with me for 5 minutes, and we weren't live. So nothing went wrong yesterday. I figured, might as well make something go wrong, right? But I have
Oh, you can ask
recorded
me the
it.
same questions again.
I did record the first 10 minutes though, so at least we'll have that later. So apologies, everyone. Attila, why don't you go ahead and lead the talk in again? I'm sorry. Go ahead and just for the people watching
No
now.
problem.
Yeah.
I was saying before, when thinking about something to talk about, I thought that it would be important to communicate with the community and say, um, where me and Walter are coming from when we make our decisions. So I think it's important to say, what are my values? Like, where am I coming from? So basically state my axioms so that people can understand what the core values are, and then maybe understand a little bit better the decisions that we make. In this case, obviously, I'm only talking about myself. I can't speak for Walter. But given that D is a community that's mostly online, mostly communicates by text, a lot can be lost there. In a lot of the real life DComs, people said that it's so different interacting with people in real life. They can get even slightly aggressive in the forums maybe, and then in real life they're not. That kind of thing. So it's really important, I think, to communicate, right? This is where I'm coming from. This is what I think. This is what I want for the language. And I think that hasn't happened till now. And it would be insane of me to berate anyone for not understanding where I'm coming from if I haven't told them. So I decided to do that.
And you start to talk with memory safety, why we care about safe. And I don't want you don't have to say anything that's in the talk, but can you just give a quick summary of what that's about?
It's all about preventing bugs, really, for me. In the talk here, I'm making the case that, these are statically typed language. Everybody knows that, and nobody seems to not like that. It's not like somebody saying, you know what, we should be more dynamic. So, okay, so let's investigate that. Given that we all agree that static types are a good idea, why is that a good idea? Well, because it prevents bugs. So if you want to prevent bugs, then memory safety should also be a thing that you should care about, especially given that it's the most pernicious kind of bug, really costly. Let's use a type system to prevent it.
Okay, cool. And your slides are up on the site now, so I'm going to post the link in the chat for the talk. Let's see, slides. There we go. All right. So you mentioned the DIP, 1028, was that the one? Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you were going to give some background on it in the talk. That's what the whole point about the safe discussion was.
Right.
And what are your thoughts on what happened there with that?
Well, I think a failure to communicate is definitely one of those things, and so part of the reason for this talk is to try to fix that. Like, why is this a thing that we're talking about? Why is this important? I avoid that in the future. So I think that the more that Walter and I can do to communicate with the community and tell them why, especially why, because programmers really don't like being like given rules or edicts from above. Like, okay, so this is the reason why. Even with coding guidelines, but why? I think that's really important, and I think maybe that was missing there. I'm still learning how to be in this role that I'm in right now, and trying to do better each day. And I think this talk is part of that.
And you go from safe, and you talk about your philosophy that less is more. Where did you come to that? I mean, is that sounds like the kind of philosophy that's not just in for programming, right? I mean, that applies more broadly to other areas of life. I mean, is this something that's been with you for a while, or is it something you came into later?
Yeah, definitely for a while. I think my PhD supervisor once said something to me, which was an expert is somebody who's made every mistake that's possible.
Yeah.
And so everything, all my philosophy about programming comes from making mistakes over and over again by writing really, really bad code. I have decades of experience with my terrible code, and I know enough to not trust myself to write good code, and that's where all this comes from. And I think less is more nearly always. I think that uncomplicating things is a good thing, and I don't know. It just comes from experience. I think both in life and in programming. Can't hear you, Mike.
I was saying I got my my D-man shirt on today, so it's
Ah,
yeah, my turn today. Yeah, okay, the rocket. All right. And where's we can't see yours, Walter. What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
mm-hmm.
We can hear you. Can't see your shirt
Okay,
though.
good.
Which D shirt are you wearing today?
Oh, I think I'm wearing yesterday's.
There's nothing
It's
wrong
too
with that.
early in the morning.
You're at home. It's fine.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
had
it's
a
it's,
little trouble
it's
logging on. I seem to have joined the wrong meeting. It took me a while to figure out where this one was.
You probably wound up in beer
it's
conf.
Huh.
it's early for
I,
me too. I went to bed quite late.
I see some sunshine in your room, Attila. It can't be that early.
Well, it's the afternoon, but I went to bed at 8 in the morning. So
Yeah, it was early in air quotes there.
mm.
So we are discussing Attila's talk, memory safety, and his philosophy that less is more. And you gave all those quotes at the beginning from Einstein and others on that less is more bit. Um, if it, we've accumulated a lot of stuff over the years, and looking at the language from a less is more philosophy right now, uh, which of your darlings would you kill from the language right now?
As I'm about to argue, slides from now, OOP.
Yeah, just OOP. Yeah.
It's not needed. It doesn't need to be in the language. Of course, I'm not actually advocating for that because that'd be nuts. But yeah, I mean, if you can do it otherwise, why wouldn't you? But I mean, that's well, OP maybe is a cop out because it's not really my darling because I don't actually like OP. I have to think about it. Like, what do I like that would cut out? I'm not sure. I wouldn't cut out templates for sure because I keep using them over and over again.
Well, templates are for me are like pretty. They seem to be pretty core to D's success. I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'd be here if it didn't have templates. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do I like that I'd cut out? That's hard to say.
Hmm. Yeah, you think about some of the features that you use and that you love and can't live without them. But I personally, I wouldn't mind losing AAs. I like them, but that's the kind of
I
thing.
think that I think the syntax needs to be in the language. I think that's really important because the two data structures that people use over and over again, and kind of you can basically do 90% of programming with them are arrays and associative arrays. So maybe the implementation could be changed, but I think having syntax for them is definitely a net win.
So that's the kind of thing you don't see being better in the library.
No, the implementation could be in a library. Maybe the language could specify that this is a thing and the syntax is part of the language, but there's things that happen like that in C++. C++ standard library, a lot of people don't know, but has to cheat. There's things in the standard that say this has to be provided by the standard library, and they're allowed to use compile intrinsics to do it. So it could be something like that. But I think having the syntax for it is a net win. I don't think we should get rid of that. Because otherwise, how would you, you'd have to have an array of pairs maybe. It's just not as easy to use. And that already, I think, makes a massive practical problem for users. Um, like look at Go's popularity. I mean, they have two data structures basically, arrays, associative arrays, I guess channels, and they do well with that. And in fact, they tell people like, why are you writing your own? Just use arrays. Just use associative arrays.
You're still talking about memory safety here on the talk right now, and I wonder how often do you find yourself using raw pointers in D?
Not often. Sometimes, especially if you need to keep a reference to something around, which is okay because of the garbage collector. But not that often.
Yeah, I think the way I use D, it's always interfacing with the C library, so I always wind up using raw pointers in that interface.
Right.
But I think pure D code doesn't always need that stuff. Don't manually. What do you think is the most important D feature besides safe that protects memory safety?
The garbage collector.
Okay.
By far.
Yeah.
Because you don't, like I said, if I do use a raw pointer, then I basically know that's garbage collector memory, and I don't need to care how long it lives for.
Yeah.
So.
So then I'll ask you the same question I asked Walter yesterday after his talk. And what would you say to people who, when they come to D and the first thing they reach for is no GC or better C because they can do without the GC there, and it's just what would you say to them about that?
One word: measure. You probably can deal with the DC. Like, how'd you know? Like, if you don't have the numbers, then you don't know. As I was saying in the DConf chat earlier, any concerns about performance, especially if somebody's bringing it up in a code review or something like that, do you have the numbers? Then it's just your feelings.
Yeah, but we have there's a lot of communal knowledge, aka myths, about garbage collection, and I mean, you can't fight that.
Yeah, but a lot of them used to be true and aren't. When I started to write C code, for instance, it was common because I got into it because of games programming, of all things, because I love video games and I wanted to write my own. And as I mentioned yesterday as well in DConf, at the time, there wasn't a lot of C tutorials in the early 90s. It was nearly all assembly or Pascal. And I didn't know Pascal. Well, I programmed it a little bit like 2 years prior, but I'd forgotten all of it. So I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to do it in C. And it was hard to actually find information on it. And at the time, it was common knowledge, to trade memory for performance, in the sense that you could calculate where pixels were supposed to end up in the VGA buffer. And instead of doing the calculations as you would have pre-calculated stuff and then use that instead. But these days, because of cache lines and stuff like that, that no longer applies. So there's a lot of common knowledge, as it were, that is out of date. And I think it's even possible that in a lot of universities, professors are still teaching things that were valid 20 years ago that aren't now. So I don't think that really, that shouldn't matter as much. We need to actually care about what happens now. And also because computers are so fast that, for the most part, hardly any programs I write are performance sensitive. Because if they were, I would know, because I would see that happening. So by the time I reach for a profiler, it's because, okay, this is slow, it's annoying me. Otherwise, why would I? It's fast enough, or else I would have noticed. If your users aren't complaining, it's fast enough.
Okay, well, we got a question here in the. Oh, wait a minute. No. That's that wasn't a question for you. I guess that was a question for Ethan. Yeah, okay. But going back to the AAs we were talking about earlier, we have a comment here in the live stream. You wouldn't need AAs in the language if you had parser macros.
Yeah, I saw that. True. But that would make us Lisp, not D, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so I guess you're not a fan of parser macros.
Oh no, I am, but this is a different language.
And Walter's not. That's
Exactly. I like Lisp. I think Lisp is awesome. I don't have a problem with this, but you know, horses for courses.
Yeah, not a fan of AST macros here. I've had just too much experience with macros and how they go wrong.
I have not. I've only seen good things. Because the thing is, you know, bad code's going to be written no matter what. I'm not sure that that's why.
Well, I've always seen it with used with the best of intentions, and eventually it turns into just a pudding of incomprehensibility. We've seen it
Sure,
again and again and again. And the person who wrote it will always say, well, I agree with you, but I'm doing it right. And
sure,
it's just not right. And that includes myself.
sure. I
And,
understand, but I think the same arguments are made against operator overloading, and I also think they don't make any sense there either. I think Bjarne put it best when he said, "Well, you know, if you can overload operator plus, then you can cause it to subtract instead, and that makes no sense." But then the next slide, he showed a function called plus that takes two objects and then subtracts them. Like it's just a name. You can write that bad code without operator overloading.
well, that is true. And, but D has some restrictions on operator overloading that make it unpleasant if you try to do things like that. For example, the plus overload for addition. In the language regards it as commutative. The plus operator
Mm-hmm.
overload, meaning you can swap the operands. So if you overload it to mean minus, sometimes you might wind up with the negation
Right.
of minus b and not a minus b. And by putting some things in there like that, I think it's been fairly successful at stopping operator overloading abuse. My favorite example of that, of course, is Stream.io. Stream.io should not be done with operator overloading. Another example I've seen, overloading operators to implement things like a DSL, like a regex thing. Those are just, in my not so humble opinion, abominations and should not be done with operator overloading. Operator overloading should be restricted to extending arithmetic operators, and they should be arithmetic like operations you're doing, like let's say you're doing a matrix multiplication or you have your own floating point type. Those are proper uses of operator overloading.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, but for me, operator overloading is just a question of naming, nothing more, nothing less. I think that the way that Haskell does it is probably the best because it doesn't treat it any differently, really, except for being infix or not. That's it. But even then, you could use things that are operators postfix and also use functions that have normal names as infix. And I think that's the best way because it literally is just a question of naming. Lisp doesn't even better, of course, because there is no difference between operators and functions because why would there be?
I want to.
Yeah, well,
Sorry, go ahead, Walter.
go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna
Oh,
go back on something he said earlier when he was talking about Lisp, that he actually likes Lisp, and I wonder, Attila, how does that inform the way you view D or the way you use D?
I'm not sure it does a lot. I mean, I'm not trying to turn it to Lisp, so.
Well, I mean okay, never mind. But I mean, we're all informed by the languages we like. We come to new languages, bringing the baggage we had from the old language, and that's how we frame.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that affects you at all.
I think it does, but I think it affects me more in the sense of what not to do than what to do. I think learning from the mistakes of other languages might be more important in this sense. Like, I think that's probably bigger influence than what to copy.
I was just curious. I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about that. I hear people talk about D in relation to C++ or even Haskell, but I've never heard anybody talk about it in relation to Lisp. So I thought I'd ask. And I'm seeing a discussion here about the GC in the live stream.
Well, the reason why I mentioned Lisp is because there was a old canard back in the day. I don't remember what I saw it the first time, but somebody said that in music terms, if you think nobody's ever done this before, look at Jamaica. They did. Like, no matter what you're thinking, like, nobody's ever done, Jamaica did. And for me, the same in programming languages, Lisp did. Like, no matter what, it's like, no one else, Lisp.
Yeah, I got into that the other day where some feature I said depopularized, and someone else goes, "Yeah, well, Lisp did it first, eons ago," and I said, "Well, that's why I said popularized,
Right.
because Lisp has had any feature, but it didn't really catch on."
It depends how you define catch on, I guess. I mean, Clojure's having a bit of his day in the limelight.
It's just never reached the popularity of other languages. I mean, it's
Yeah.
always been there, and it's always had its core user base, which are loyal and vocal and all that. But catching on in the mainstream, it just hasn't.
Yeah, I don't think the syntax will ever let it catch on in the mainstream. I don't. Yeah, or the lack thereof. But yeah, the parentheses, I think, get in the way. I mean, I like Lisp, but they get in my way.
Okay, we have a question here in the chat talking about the vector slice problem. Wouldn't reference counting solve the vector slice problem? Basically, v slice doesn't, or v brackets doesn't return a slice, but a smart reference counted slice.
Yeah, but at the cost of runtime performance, and I don't want that. I mean, yes, that is the thing that we could do, but do we need to pay for that runtime performance? I don't think that that's the way we should be going.
Yeah, reference counting has a serious problem with it, and that is the decrement at the end. You have to put that in an exception handler, and that just kind of sabotages your performance. And oftentimes with a fundamental data structure like a vector, you don't want to give up that performance.
No, definitely not.
And it's a hidden cost. Most people don't even realize it's happening, but it's there.
Right. I mean, what I said about performance and profiling and stuff like that before, yes, true, but also, as Andre said in his book that he wrote with Herb about C++ coding guidelines, premature optimization might be the root of all evil, but belated pessimization is the leaf of no good. If there's two obvious ways to write code and one of them is obviously less performant, don't pick that one. That makes no sense.
You mentioned something there in the talk, in your less is more section of the talk, that I think is a very important point that a lot of people don't expect when we have a new feature proposed, and that is the default answer to new language additions should be no. Can you put some emphasis on that?
So one of my favorite talks in programming is I forgot the name of the guy, but he did the talk about Python and how don't write classes when you don't have to, because a lot of the times people write classes in Python is they call it with a constructor and then it only has one method, so this is just a function in disguise. And his whole thing is like, I hate code and I want the least of it in my project. So less is more. More code equals more bugs, more features equals more interactions. The default answer has to be no, because keeping things simple is, I think, an important value to have. And I think I tried to explain why I think that in the talk. So the default answer has always to be no, and not just for D, for any language should be no.
I think that the reason I want you to emphasize this is because I get this I have this impression from the dip process, from the reactions to the dip process sometimes, especially when a feature is, you know, seems to be pretty popular. Everybody expects it to go through.
Right.
And I think that's the wrong expectation. I have tried to sell the dip process before, not as a way to uh, how do I want to say this? Not as it's not a democratic process. We know that, but I've tried to explain it as it's a way you have to persuade the maintainers to add it. It's not like, hey, here's this cool feature, let's add it. It's uh, here's this cool feature and this is why you need to add it and this is why and this is why and this is why. There needs to be some persuasion there, and that has to be in the dip. And part of the review process, I think, is getting that persuasion in there. But it should be hard. The bar should be high, and I would expect the accepted direct subdirectory in the dip repository to be less full than the rejected directory most of the time.
Yeah,
That's
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think it's all about trade-offs, which I also mentioned in the talk. You know, a lot of things would be nice, but what's the trade-off? How much does it cost? That's the thing. You know, what's the return on investment? These are the things that need to be talked about. I mean, a lot of people describe me as, you know, the guy that loves tests. I don't. I don't like writing tests. I don't like writing anything. I'm lazy. The, 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 the reason I write tests is the reason I go to the gym. I don't like doing it. That's not why I'm doing it. I just like the alternative less.
Well, I kind of phrase it when somebody comes and, you know, it always happens. They go, why not do this feature? And they go, no, 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 that's the wrong question. It's why do it? It has to be a positive reason, not a negative reason.
Right.
Not search for a reason not to add a feature is the wrong mindset on this.
Absolutely. I mean, would I like to live in a place with a swimming pool? Yes. Do I want to pay for that? No. Somebody else is paying for it. Yeah, sure. Give me a swimming pool.
why not? Or live next to a guy who has a swimming pool.
Right.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to own a boat then.
No. And I know
The
somebody
ideal
that owns a
setup-
boat here in Geneva, so what's the point?
yeah, the point is to have a friend with a boat, not to have a boat.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since his boat actually sunk 2 years ago and had to buy a new one.
Well, he solved his boat problem then.
Yeah, he solved it with 40,000 Swiss francs, sure.
Yeah.
I would like to mention to everybody in the live stream, if you have a question, the OOP&D is nice and it shall not be cut.
I literally say multiple times in the talk that it will not be cut. I'm not advocating for it to be cut.
Yeah, I just like the way it was the
I think
declaration
maybe
there.
we've discovered a new analogy. Adding a new feature is like buying a boat.
I like that. I like that.
To the
You
live
start to hate it after a while because of the maintenance and the taxes and all the other problems with it.
To the live stream viewers, if you have a question here in the live stream, please make sure you tag it with the D Language Foundation handle so that I notice it, because you guys got a pretty good chat going on there, and it's kind of hard to pick out questions if you ask any. So please tag them before you ask them.
I think that Perlis quote I added at the beginning is really important because of that trade-off thing, where Lisp programmers know the value of everything, but the cost of nothing. Especially back in the day, because Lisp was the first language that really popularized garbage collection. A lot of the things that we take for granted now actually start with Lisp. So, in a sense, it did get popularized, but just not in that particular language. But there were trade-offs, there were costs, and especially back in the day. Garbage collection was a massive cost, to the point that they even built Lisp machines that were had hardware that was optimized to run Lisp. Two of the primitives from Lisp, I don't think a lot of people know, car and CDR. So car takes the list and gives you the first element in the list, and CDR gives you the rest of the list, so the tail. So if a list of 5 elements, CDR would give you the last 4. And both of those have those weird names because they were actually assembly instructions in Lisp machines back in the day. I think car was contents of address register. I don't remember CDR.
Yeah, I took a class at Coursera a while back, and it was my first exposure to functional language. That's why I took it, and it was it Racket? I think it was Racket, or no,
Yeah,
ML,
okay.
or yeah. But we were, or maybe Rack. I don't know. I don't remember. But we were car was one of the things that came up, and he mentioned that. But I wonder here. You were talking about. The OOP section of your slide here, where you go from classes to structs. We have now and again people bringing up interfaces for structs in the forums. It comes up, why can't we have interfaces for structs?
I just realized that I was pointing, but nobody could see it.
You're pointing to
obviously,
Walter.
nobody can see where I'm pointing either, but I'm pointing to my talk.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I know. But
Here you go.
But what I'm going to get to here is the design by introspection. Do we need interfaces for structs if we have design by introspection?
I would argue no, because I've just in this talk I'm using design by introspection by basically create virtual tables on the fly. So
yes,
no.
Yes.
I think anything that can be done as a library should probably be done as a library, unless, of course, again, trade-offs. It's so important, so core, so so fundamental that we need special syntax for it, or special rules in the language, or something like that.
Right, we can do it now. I mean, we have it. We have everything we need right now. Yeah.
Right. I look. This wasn't my idea. I'd love to take credit for it, but if I hadn't watched somebody else's talk about this, I wouldn't have tried doing this indeed. The thing is, he described something he wanted to have happen in C++, and I went, we can do that. Everything you're describing, we can do. And the slide that says what I want is actually what he wants. And two differences from that slide are actual real-life decode that does what he wants.
We have a question here in the live chat about one of the slides, the vehicle car thing. I'm not sure if that slide is correct. Wouldn't vehicle as the first superclass of car be included in car's vtable and share a vtable pointer?
I checked the dlang.org sites for the ABI thing. I was actually surprised because there was more stuff in there than I expected. I thought it was just going to be the monitor and the vtable. And I also did some pragma messages and static asserts. So I think that's correct, but I would not put money on it. Walter could tell me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at your slide, so I missed your statement.
It's about the ABI and what the under the hood that looks like for the vtable pointers and that kind of thing. Somebody said, "Are you sure about that?" Am I sure? No, but pretty sure. Again, according to the website and according to what I managed to print out, yeah, we'll not put money on it though. In any case, I think that's beside the point. The point is, what you get is not chosen by you. This is what you get. I mean, as Ali mentioned yesterday, I'm not even sure that's a guarantee of the language that things will look like that from the ABI point of view, but that's what you get, and you don't have control over it.
Yeah, I don't think the language actually guarantees the layout of a class.
Right, but
it just is guaranteed to have certain characteristics.
Sure. And they're not going to change that much anyway. The whole point is you get this thing, and can you inline function point? No. I mean, there's a bunch of things you can't control, and the language decides for you when you decide to use a class. I think that's the main point. Whether the layout is exactly the same as I put on the slide, I don't think is that important.
And we shouldn't really define the layout of a class, should we?
Probably not.
Well,
some things are defined, like if you want to do a COM class, which is a special case, indeed, then there is an ABI that is followed.
Yeah, sure, but because otherwise you can't use it as a COM class in Windows. So
that's right.
Yeah, but for standard classes, we shouldn't do it. I think that's. But they said in the chat related to that question about the layout that the answer is no, because an interface pointer points at the interface's vtable, and that must be in the object itself.
Yeah, you'd have to have a pointer to the vtable somewhere.
Yes, but I don't know how that validates the slide. There's a pointer to the vtable. There's actually two pointers to the vtable. There's one for the interface and one for the class.
The pointer to the class, or yeah, there's a double indirection for part of it, so there's only one actual pointer carried around per instance of the class.
In that case, we need to update dlang.org because that's not what it says there. I actually couldn't find the second pointer. Like I said, I was probing it with pragma messages with the size as well, because like I want to know how big this is, and I was surprised because there was an extra pointer that I didn't expect, and then but the thing is you can't really get to it. One of them you can, but the other I can't remember exactly how it works.
Yeah. So
well, there's a pointer to the monitor. There's a pointer to the vtable, and then
Yes.
the second entry is a pointer to the monitor. The first entry in the vtable is a pointer to the class data, like information about the class, like where's the how big is the instance of the object, and how long is the vtable, and things like that.
Yeah, but like I said before, I don't think that's as important as the fact that it's implementation defined anyway, and you get things and.
Lawrence, that was a good question that you posted there for the Ask Us Anything yesterday. But since we aren't getting any other questions, and both Walter and Attila are here, we might as well put it to them. What do you guys think about the tuple dip? Auto name email equals object. Auto parentheses name email in the parentheses there equals object. Not sure if it's off topic. Okay. But have you guys, I guess he's talking about Timon's dip.
Well, you'd have to actually move it through the dip process before I know, because I'm not entirely sure what he's advocating for yet, because it's a bit in limbo. I think syntax is a big part, because obviously parentheses can't define a tuple, because they mean something else in language right now. I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
Even in Python, parentheses don't define a tuple. The comma does, and it's a bit of a weird rule. I don't know. Maybe after deprecating the comma operator, we can reuse it.
Okay, and to reiterate on Attila's philosophy on OOP, he says, no, I don't mean let's remove classes. That's on his slide. Okay. So what you'd like to work on, you give this list of a number of things that you'd like to work on. What is your, what's at the top of the list for you? Is it in order of preference on the slide there, or?
No, not really. I'm not sure. Well, okay, so from a really selfish point of view, and by the way, now that I'm looking at that slide, anybody thinking that there's something weird with the slides, it's true. I wrote them in LaTeX, and then I converted them to PowerPoint to the presentation. I just realized that a la carte doesn't look right, and that really pisses me off. But well, selfishly for me, I would love to have the instant feedback from unit tests. That would be the thing I would want to work on the most. My dream scenario would be I'm editing a file, a module really, and then the build system and compiler would know exactly what changed, and they would only run the tests that were relevant because of how the AST works, and I will get sub 20 milliseconds feedback on if I broke something or not. So for me, selfishly, that would be what I would want to work on. But unfortunately, it's also like the biggest, like the most work would be needed on that particular thing. Like I could probably work on that for months. I have no idea how long it would take, because I also don't know what would be the fastest way to get that, because I would have to amortize everything, including parsing, lexing, semantic analysis, and then running the tests, right? So what dominates here? It probably depends on the project. I don't know. I was talking to John Colvin about this, and he said that probably the best backend I could use for this is V8 because it's optimized for latency and user, experience. But since I don't know, I would have to write it in such a way that I could bind to different backends and then test and see what would work best. I considered Legit, V8 definitely as well, and then let's see, because I don't want to pay the link attacks either. The link takes way too long for me, and I don't care if there's a binary on disk. I just want to run my test. And then for me, the way I work, getting a binary that you can distribute to users that's optimized is boring. I don't care about that. Like, that could take an hour. That's part of the release. What I care about is the feedback whilst I'm working on it. Your mic's off. Mike, your mic's off.
Sorry. All right. Yeah, Steve mentioned that he loves the libraries, the simple to the point names of your libraries. And Johan asks, Attila, you mentioned address sanitizer. Do you use it to test your libraries? And if so, what is your experience with it? Any thoughts on
Yes.
any thoughts
Yes.
on ASAN and D in the future?
Well, here's the thing. What future? It's the present. It's the past even. The LDC guys made it our past, which is amazing. I remember a time before ASAN and D, and it reminded me of the dark days of C and C++ when we didn't have Valgrind or ASAN. Fortunately, the LDC guys made it available to us. So here's the thing. Like I said in the talk, if you want to write code that's memory safe, just use the GC. Now, if you can't afford a GC, and I hope that you measured that and you know you can't, then sure, you have a point, you can't. But before ASAN, we're in the wild, wild west in which now things crash. That's not a world I want to go back to. So ASAN is saving from that. For instance, AutoMem, my smart pointer / vector library, I use ASAN. If you try to do a PR to AutoMem right now, it will run ASAN on Travis, and if you have any memory problems, it will not merge. It can't. It will go red. Even if you just add a void star PTR equals malloc 5, it will fail because ASAN will not let you do that.
Well, I'll need you to type a short answer there in the chat window. That yes, you use it, and there's more context in the live stream.
Yes. One syllable, one word answer. Your mic's off again.
Sorry, this is the one on your talk, not the live stream.
Oh, I see. Then.
That's what Johan. Johan asked it. Yeah. Okay. That might be confusing. All right, static if short circuits. Okay, that's not a question.
It is actually, and the answer to that is no. And because, and that's a pet peeve of mine, you can't do that with static if sometimes, because if something doesn't compile, that and makes it a problem. Like if you're checking if something compiles, especially if it's public member and you're using the trace compiles there, you can't do an and there because the whole expression that doesn't compile. Just like I write a lot of templates, I write a lot of reflection code for reasons. This is the reason I'm attracted to D in the first place, right? If I couldn't do these things, then why would I be here? So I run into a bunch of corner cases that most people probably don't.
compile time is greater than runtime. That's a very simple, direct way to put it. But compile time costs memory, and
True, and also compile time. Yeah, I think that I've definitely changed the opinion and the fact that compile time is free. It isn't. We need to do better at that. I've been working on trying to do better at that. We definitely need to compile faster. Feedback is paramount. Latency is what we need here. I mean, it affects me personally in terms of happiness. The thing that's making me less, the least happy about writing decode right now is how long it takes for me to get feedback. Now, I understand my threshold is different from most other people's too. Some people think that compiling something in 5 seconds is fine. I think they're insane, but 50 milliseconds is about my threshold.
well, I know Stefan's talk later today is touching on template expansion. He talks about the code that DMD or that the compiler compiles that you don't write. Right. So, and he has, I think his type functions and other things are aimed at that. Do you think that's the right direction to go? Reduce template expansion?
Well, I'd have to see the results first. I mean,
in principle.
I don't know because it depends on the results. If it works and reduces compile times, then that's definitely it's something we need to look into. But right now, I don't know what we're doing, and I can't. This is like I mentioned before in the DConf chat. Anybody who says they know where performance is going to come from has obviously never run a profile.
Well, he's coming at it from a memory perspective, I think, in memory usage, but also compile times. He did some measurements. This is an interesting result.
Sure. No, like what I'm saying is, I need to see the numbers. I need to know what the trade-offs are, which I can't do ahead of time. Is it promising? Yes. Is it going to pan out? I don't know. I mean, I can say that of anything I'm trying to do. Maybe, trying to get this instant feedback unit test thing won't work. I mean, Walter brought up a few interesting points yesterday in the Q&A session saying, maybe if we try to do AST dependency stuff, that wouldn't work because of practical reasons of serializing things and then reloading them. So, I mean, it makes sense. Would it work? I don't know.
Got a question here in the live chat. How do you check or choose the linker in your dub project?
There is no choice. There is LLD, just like there's only Emacs.
But I think that was actually in response to you mentioning using a different linker. I don't think it's possible. Is it possible to choose a linker in dub? I'm not sure.
You can pass a linker flag, LD fuse, and then the linker. Personally, what I do in Arch, I don't know what happens in other Linux distributions, but on Arch, what happens is LD links to one of the actual linkers. So the traditional linker from binutils is called LD BFD. Then there's the gold linker, which I think a lot of people are familiar with, which is a lot faster. But LLD is even faster than that. So what I do is I just change the link from LD to LD.LLD. And then I have to update it if binutils gets updated. But the weird thing about that is I always know. Because the first time I built anything, I was like, that's taking a while.
I'll need you to type a short answer in the video chat there for the question for Dennis. Not the live stream, your talk.
Yeah, got it.
All right, you're at the end of the talk. Okay, so I'm about to lose the window here.
Yeah, I just typed something there, but unfortunately the window disappeared. what I just typed in there is like the only true answers in life: Arch Linux, Emacs, LLD.
And what I was trying to type is that if you ask a question here and it is answered in the live stream, you are eligible to win a DConf 2020 online coffee mug. So we have a question here already. What's the current status of @safe reference counting in D? Are there any blockers?
I don't know. I remember that Andre mentioned a few things with, I think, immutable and const, but in truth, I don't know. Although, I mean, I do have a reference counted pointer in AutoMem. The problem is it's not safe, and it can't be safe for reasons I mentioned in the talk.
Okay. Anybody else got a question for a DConf Online 2020 coffee mug? Okay, thank you, Steve.
Well, somebody's saying they're happy when their build doesn't push them into swap. One, why do you have swap? It's 2020. And two, get more RAM.
Where did that question? Oh, that's not a, okay. Yeah, that's, okay, Adam, sorry. I don't think that's that's not a question that Attila can answer. Attila's got to answer your question. Question, should unions become library features too? Structs could implement them as far as I know.
No, they can't. The binary layout isn't safe at all.
What do you think about the Meson build as a build system? About Meson as a build system?
I used it once. I hated it, so never again. Maybe it works with C++. At the time I used it, it definitely did not work with dup dependencies in the sense that it didn't update them. So my build didn't work, and I had to run a manual command to do it. And no, just no. Also, I don't think inventing your own language for your build system is a good idea. There's plenty of languages out there that are perfectly capable. Why not just use one?
Andre wanted to write a reflection library and he failed. Why do you think you can make this time?
I want to say because I'm awesome, but I'm still trying to do it. The API is not clear to me, and this is coming from somebody who's tried to do this a while, well, done a lot of reflection stuff, and it's still not clear to me what the best API would be, which of course is a subjective matter too, because, you know, what is a good API? My biggest problem right now is figuring out what are valid use cases of runtime reflection, because I don't have any, because I've never encountered something that needs to be done at runtime. The only thing I can think of is getting a shared library that's a plugin, and so you can reflect on it to see what it provides. But other than that, I just don't have the use cases. So I would love it if somebody told me, here's a valid use case of runtime reflection that can't be done at compile time, so that I could, you know, I can't write something that I can't envisage how it's going to be used. For compile time, though, I think I have a good enough track record that I could do a good enough job.
Johan, his answer, he typed it in the chat for the video. His answer to your question about ASAN was yes, and he did give a little extra context here in the stream, and you can come back and watch that later, unless you want to say something, Attila.
No, I'm just seeing Peeping Creature saying I had more RAM once, but then I opened a few hundred tabs. Why? Why do you have a few hundred tabs? 10 is a lot.
What are good sources to learn design by introspection? I'm more aware than ever that this is a weak area in my programming.
Email me or Andre. I literally, there's no good sources. This is you know, exploratory phase in design space. I wish there were sources. Maybe I should write something.
Question: what is the process for adding new modules to Phobos? What do we need to do for some type to get merged?
Well, first of all, the PR came yesterday, so I'll look at that. I think it's a case by case thing in all cases. I mean, I don't think there should be a general rule. Is it worth being in Phobos? Again, trade offs. Somebody's always going to have to make the decision. Is this worth being in? Again, everything has a cost. So, is this worth the cost? I think having heating is worth the cost because I don't want to freeze, but it's a trade off. I don't need it. I could turn it all off. Same thing with Phobos. Is it worth having this here? I think it has to be case by case. By the way, I think some type is awesome. It's exactly what I wanted to write. And then Paul wrote it, and I went, "Oh, that's nice because I don't have to write it now."
Have you seen the describe.d library? It has a nice reflection
I
API.
have not. Oh, I think I saw the announcement, and I put it in the back of my head to look at it for inspiration and see, what is it doing right? What can I take from this? I have not looked at it yet, but if I'm right, I remember the announcement, and I'm definitely going to look at it.
Okay, any more questions for Attila? All right, one of the things that was kind of mentioned to me yesterday, we really didn't take any breaks yesterday to give people time for breathers. I kept people around until the next speaker came in. So if there are no more questions, you guys go ahead and take a short break. Mathis should be here for his talk in about 10 minutes, and his talk starts in 15. And when we come back, I will announce the winner of the DConf Online 2020 coffee mugs. Attila, do you want to say anything before we take off for break?
No, just hope you guys enjoyed the talk, and feel free to ask questions even afterwards on the forum. I think most people can find me some way or another, so more than happy to discuss.
All right, guys, join the peer comp for break.
I will.
Drink them if you got them, and I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Attila.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Attila.
Okay, break time is almost over. Still expecting Mathis to get in here in a minute. By the way, Mathis, I really don't have your slides. So if you can email them to me, maybe I can get them up before the talk starts. And I don't know if everybody's still around, but we have a winner for the DConf Online 2020 coffee mug. And the winner is Chipco, Chibco. I'll type it in the chat here so everybody can see it when they come back. And there's Mathis. How you doing?
Hello.
I'm naming the winner here. Contact dling.org at gmail.com. All right. Yay. Okay. Congratulations. So, Mathis, why don't you give us a little bit of a lead into your talk here? Tell us who you are for those who don't know you, and give a brief overview of what your talk's about.
Hi, I'm Mattis. I am also at Phoebe Creature. I'm Phoebe Creature on the forums, and I'm Phoebe in the IRC channel. And I work at Funkwerk. This is in the beginning of the talk, so I probably shouldn't duplicate it. The slides are, hang on a sec. Is it okay if they're ODT?
That's fine, no problem.
Okay, hang on. Just, I'm actually just gonna drop a link in the chat for here.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's more efficient. And you can email them to me later, and I'll upload them to the DConf site. So,
Right.
Yeah, thanks.
Then the same folder that the video was at. So.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, the point of serialized is we had this for a few years as an internal feature in our. Should I have the presentation up as well?
Yeah, but I mean, you can.
I just realized.
It's fine. I mean, you can just. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is the. I mean, not everybody's going to be watching the talk right now. Some of them are going to stay in the live stream. Some of them are go back and forth.
Sorry, let me go back. Let me go back to my point. We've been using serialized for, I think, a few years in total. It hasn't always been called that, but it's past. You know how every company accumulates its sort of internal utilities library, right? And serialized is basically the outgrowth of. We basically just ripped it out of our internal utilities library. Once we realized that it wasn't actually doing anything related to anything else in there, and we could probably open source it for no overhead. And the idea of it is that, well, the idea of the current state of it, the text XML, text XML encode, text JSON encode parts, is that we have these libraries of internal types, and we have this microservice ecosystem where we have just this forest of services talking to each other. And we just wanted to be able to take a data structure. I wanted to be able to take a data structure and just throw it on the wire and not care about it anymore. Just put it out there and have the same thing come out on the other end, and not have to ever write an encoder ever again or worry about data formats ever again. Just do the work for me. Be my slave compiler, as any programmer feels, I think.
And what is your role at Funkwerk primarily? What do you mostly work on?
I'm a software development kind of jack of all trades. Well, I'd say backend development is more correct. But I try to focus on improving tooling, improving build speeds, and just generally enabling other people to make their work more efficiently.
Were they already? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. We've lost your audio.
Yeah. God damn it! I'm sorry. Not to say they don't do like business problems, but the things that I'm most enthusiastic about is improving the tooling quality.
I see. Was Funkwerk already? Had they already converted to D when you got there, or were they still a Java shop when you arrived?
I've only been there for I think 3 years or so. So they've been on D back from the D1 and Tango days.
Yeah, right.
They came from the kind of from a Java perspective, like everything was a class. Like when people say that we don't have a problem with the garbage collector, like let me tell you, everything was a class. Every single array was copied every single time it was accessed. And everything was a long-running process that had to deal with gigabyte-sized data sets. We had problems with the garbage collector.
Yeah. So you guys have been slimming it down then since then. I know you gave a talk I think last year about that, right?
Trying to get to idiomatic D.
Yeah.
Trying to get to like structs for plain old data and ranges without allocation instead of allocating arrays for everything.
And what's the progress on that like? Since last year.
Everything new that we're writing, all the new code that we're writing is in that style, and we're very slowly making progress on converting our old monolithic services to that sort of model. It's always a question of how much effort do you put into code that maybe doesn't work optimally, but it does work, and how much code do you put into new services that sort of replace it or try to work on an improved layout. But we're getting there.
One of the things Mario mentioned in I think a blog post that he wrote was that everything you've got everything divided up into basically component programs. And so it was very easy for them to switch from Java to D just by replacing the components. Is that the kind of approach you're taking with the transition to idiomatic D?
Yes, but in two different ways. Fundamentally, all the new services that we're writing, and we are always writing new services. Like anytime a customer comes to us and says we want a new interface, or we want a new business case that does something that we haven't seen a cause for yet, that we try to not stuff that into an existing service, but to make a new one so we can sort of play around with the idea or swap it out in different business situations. But hang on, I'm sorry, I forgot your question. A bit nervous. Could you repeat this?
Are you working on are you moving to, you said some of the older code has been moved to idiomatic D, but are you moving component by component or just file by file, or how are you doing it?
Well, it's always a case of, it's actually honestly kind of annoying at some points where you're making a pull request and we have this very clean internal methodology where you have like, you have this pretty stringent review process and code style guidelines, and there's really no way to get past it. But it gets kind of excessive at points when you're trying to fix some part of the process and you get a review back that is like, okay, that's nice how you did it, but in these lines that are sort of adjacent to the point that you just touched, you were using that code is using an old idiom, and could you get it up to the new idiom while you're in there, so to speak? But I guess that's how you make progress, and it's sort of happening like in the background in parallel to the normal business process. So we're not going through the code base in an organized fashion. It's more a matter of if we need to touch some project or need to implement some new functionality in some part, then use the opportunity, because the old approach is kind of irksome, you know. So we use the opportunity to get rid of that annoyance in the process. It's always a fight. It's always a fight between that and getting the business side improved.
Sorry, I see. Well, another thing I want to touch on here, you guys, Serialized is open source. The talk is just starting, by the way, for those of you who aren't flipping over. Serialized is open source, and this is one of a few libraries that you guys have open source. Is that a top level thing from the company? I mean, is that coming from the top to open source stuff? Is from the team, or?
Yeah, in this case, we try to push stuff into open source where it's something that we're using. First of all, everything new that we're writing that can be considered as an isolated functionality, we try to open source purely from a matter of there's really nothing for us to lose there, because our core competency, our business case is in dealing with train schedules and dealing with like train sickness and the very weird situations that trains can get into, getting from station A to station B or not getting to station B. And so our core competency isn't unit tests, or it isn't isn't serialization. That's just something that we do on the side. So there's no cost to us to open sourcing it, and there's a bit of a benefit from an organizational perspective in that we get it cleaned up and that we get it nicely factored out, sort of by necessity. And also there's the potential upside that maybe somebody will find it useful and maybe they will contribute fixes as we have contributed fixes to other open source libraries. And in that sense, there's really no way we can lose with it.
So there's no program at your company where working on open source stuff is a check mark in your work file, your employee file.
Not that I'm aware of, and I would like to be aware of it if there was such a thing. But no, I'm trying to do it because purely due to what I just said. It's beneficial in itself.
And prior to working on serialized, had you ever worked on any serialization libraries before, implementing or?
Not per se, but I've been working on template code a lot and metaprogramming, and serialization is one of the purest metaprogramming approaches that you can get, basically. It's one of the cases people would give as an example for why templates exist in the first place.
And I know that there are other serialization libraries, indie, out there, and I don't remember you mentioning them in the talk. Did you explore any other options before going this route?
I know that's correct, and we didn't exactly look for those because, again, serialized grew out of some helper tools that we'd written to probably during the past 10 years to support our internal serialization projects. And it's not so much that we decided to use serialized, or we decided to do the serialized approach as that the serialized approach is a refactoring of our internal hodgepodge of manual JSON encoding and manual XML encoding. So because we committed very early on to using AE, this sort of game library.
Yeah, that's Vladimir's, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good library. It did as well for many years, but there are some issues with it that, well, for one, we did an internal fork of it at some point, and then we were like few hundred commits behind the state of the art, and also I think it's not the fastest, and it has some correctness issues. So at some point, then we tried switching to DXML, and we took that opportunity to sort of try to factor out all the XML stuff so that if we got into the situation again, we wouldn't once again have to touch basically all the serialization code.
Well, I have another question, but I'm going to come back to it because we have a question here in the live stream chat. How do you manage your microservices in Frankfurt? Docker, Kubernetes, perhaps you can give some tips on building and packaging D with Docker?
Okay, we're using a Docker layout. We're trying to sort of experiment with Kubernetes and seeing if we can use it. But right now it's all Docker and Docker Compose. And well, we have this sort of, I'm not sure if we're the people to ask for advice on this, because it's all kind of hodgepodge together. It's a sort of Jenkins build system that then creates a Docker image and pushes the Docker image onto our Artifactory container, and any part of this process can break for any reason it decides. I'm not sure if it's a good design. I'm not sure if I would do it this way if I was building from the start, but also I'm not a systems person. Maybe this is the best there is, but we have had some hilarious issues with it. I'm not sure I would be the person to ask for recommendations there.
Okay, related to that question, what's your approach for observability, such as metrics, logging, etc.? This is from the live stream also.
Yeah. Let me think for a sec, please. Let me put it like this: we are trying to get. This is a problem. This is a problem for us because we're hitting a lot of situations where it's like this process ran out of memory or this process crashed, and now we have to check the logs, and we have potentially gigabytes of logs to get through, and we are very much interested in building up a system where we do actually do monitoring. And the problem of it is that we are delivering services onto a bunch of different customer systems that we don't necessarily control, and this is mostly done by the system integrations teams. So I'm sure they have their own approach to monitoring, but and we've tried to get them to share it with us on our internal testing systems, but right now, what there is mostly is looking at the system stats and trying to figure out what went on, because we're trying to build up system monitoring, but we genuinely haven't found the time for it yet.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to a question.
There's a serious shortfalling for us, and we're trying to address it.
Okay, so I want to come back to the library situation. You mentioned boilerplate in your slide in your presentation. What can you expand on what boilerplate is?
Yes, once again, boilerplate is a generalization of code that we were writing manually by hand. So if you throw up a struct or a class, okay, hang on, I need to find a starting point for the question. Okay, the starting point is actually in a weird position, because we are very interested in immutability, and not necessarily immutability in the type system sense, but immutability from a behavioral sense. So that if you're looking at an object in one state and you're looking at the object 50 lines later, it's still going. If it's the same object, it's still going to be in the same state. So we're trying to make sure that we have a clear view of where exactly the state of the program changes, sort of in a functional programming sense. This is why I said earlier that we duplicate every array every time we access it, so that any possible change we make to it can't affect the original object. So as a result, we went pretty heavily all in on a design where there are no public members, there are private members and accessors, so that you can't affect the original value by writing to a field if the data structure doesn't explicitly opt into that. And so if you're returning something that has a reference, you're trying to return it by const. If you don't return it by const, you have to duplicate it. And so that at that point, for every class we were giving private members, we were writing accessors, and then we were writing a toString function which was always stable in a certain layout, because like we had these internal rules for toString functions, where it's like, for instance, if a field has the same name as its type, then you leave the name out, because you can already guess the name from the type, because it's obvious in the string version. And then you had these constructors that did the same thing. They checked every invariant, and they duplicated every array that got passed in, and so on and so on. And this was a lot of code, and this was a lot of code that nobody liked, and it was a perennial source of bugs. So boilerplate grew out of, like, what if we take this code and we make the compiler do it for us? And so there's these 4 aspects of boilerplate at this point. There's generating a constructor that just takes all the public fields, accounting for user-defined attributes like initializer or default value. Take these public fields, fill them in, check the invariants. If there's invariant fails, then throw an error that specifies the field that it fails on, and duplicate arrays if they're reference types, if they're non-const. And then generate a string function that matches this layout. Also generate the optimized string function that writes to a sink, which again was something that we didn't want to do by hand again all over. But at that point, because we have a lot of logging, we really needed the performance of an optimized string. That's where that part of boilerplate grew out. And then using UDAs to generate invariants. As I keep saying, 99% of invariants are non-empty, non-null, and was the first, not the initializer, I think. And all of that grew to a point where you could basically take a struct and throw 1 or 2 UDAs in there and mix in one line, and you have something that behaved in a way that we were happy with. And that's boilerplate.
Out of curiosity, I've seen people kind of relegate string mix-ins to a last resort kind of thing. Do you guys find that they work for you well, or was it a last resort to use string mix-ins over template mix-ins or whatever, or was there no other option?
In this case, I'm not actually sure. I would have to try switching to a template mix-in. At that point, I think I wanted to have a string mix-in because I wanted to have generated short code instead of duplicating a potentially long template. But I don't remember the exact reason for that rationale.
But you don't have any prejudice against string mix-ins then?
I don't have any particular prejudice against them. I think we should be careful with any kind of mix-in. I think there are things that string mix-ins can do that are hard or impossible to do with template mix-ins. But if you're asking for this, like I would say, this is a decision I made 2 years ago, and I have problems remembering the code that I written 3 months ago. So,
Understandable.
but I don't have any prejudice.
Well, on a similar kind of question here, I noticed in your slides the code examples you're using standard.json. Is that JSON? Is that just for the examples, or are you guys using that internally also?
We used to use this internally pretty heavily. And in that example, I'm using it because as we used to use it internally, I've picked up since then in forums this notion that standard JSON is soft deprecated and that people should use one of the replacement dub libraries.
That's why I
And
asked.
this is something that we now realize, but this is why I keep emphasizing that this needs to be pointed out in the documentation, because to be frank, we had no idea. And so we started using standard JSON because it's standard. It's in there. It's available. You got to use it, right? And we had a lot of standard JSON code written by hand, and this is the reason why it's serialized, even though it now has switched to standard data JSON, which we are very happy with. It still uses the standard JSON types for default types for encode functions, because writing an encode function that returns a JSON value is very easy, but writing an encode function that writes to a stream like JSON value, like standard JSON would expect, standard data JSON, I'm sorry, would expect from you is kind of more cumbersome. But that's really a relic.
Okay, I see. And we have a question in the live stream related to the UUID example.
Mm-hmm. Does
this code run on both sender and receiver side, or how does the receiver know that it's a UUID and not a vanilla string?
The core idea of this was that, okay, need to take a bit of a wider approach again. The core idea of that is this one, that we the sentence failed. The core idea is this is the sentence failed again. We have this networking library, and the idea of it is that you define an interface that sort of fits into a REST schema. So you're doing method calls, but in the background they're translated into HTTP calls. And at that point, the interface is the thing that is shared between the server and the client and gives both sides the information necessary to generate a binding. And from the user perspective, all they're doing is method calls, right? And like if something else, if some other language wants to call into that, it can look at that specification, or it can look at the attached documentation for it, and it can also call into it. But from the D side, you're using the interface as a basis for both sides, and so necessarily you're also using the types as interface for both sides. So you have one folder in the project that is exported, and it's used as glue to bind both server and client together with generated code.
And on the slide currently up in your talk, it's your anti-XML screed
yeah,
there.
the rant.
Yeah. So I think it's a safe guess. You're either ranting because you're using XML in Funkwerk and you don't want to, or yeah, okay.
Well, rather, to put it differently, our customers are using XML.
I see. So you pretty much have no choice. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Or do you guys run into any issues because of it, or?
Not in particular. I wouldn't say issues exactly. It's not that it's not exactly that there's things that well, XML is a complete documentation format, right? It's not that there's things that you fundamentally cannot do in XML. It's that there's stuff that is cumbersome. Like one thing that I've noticed is that it tends to be the case that these XML formats come to us in the form of an unimpeachable specification that documents the meaning of every single aspect of it, and that has very little to do with the way that the format is actually used by our customers in practice. And so then you have to you have this presumption, not just that everybody gives you different data, but that this feeling of betrayal, that there was a standard and nobody keeps to it because everybody has slightly different needs. And so XML is kind of, as I said in my rant, it tries to nail in place what the exchange format should be, but that's not how business works, and that's certainly not how our customers in general function, because there's always going to be changes, and these changes are always going to have to be moving faster than the standard process that gave you the XML format to begin with.
So you guys are doing. I know that you're doing the information for the trains and all that.
Train displays,
are you doing other kinds of projects in addition to that, or is that just a primary project for you?
I would say it's the primary project, but we are doing anything that depends on getting. Well, one thing that's been coming up in recent years a lot is that getting data out to mobile phone apps
Uh-huh.
and sort of exporting the same data that we're putting out to those displays to interfaces that are then fed into traffic information that is not necessarily displayed at a train station, but displayed directly to the customer.
Okay.
And we don't have any control over that. We don't have apps, but our customers keep coming to us and keep saying, we need this information. Well, what actually happens is they pull this information out of the APIs that we give them for train station displays, and then they're like, can you add this additional information that is useful for a phone app? And we're like, you're using a phone app with that? But we're trying to push them. We're trying to get to a point where you have actually dedicated APIs for those purposes that can be better used.
So my reason for asking, I'm curious if you're putting serialized to use across all of those projects or just some of those. Was it written for? Were you using it for a specific project or what?
We have a very homogeneous code base on the D side. It is, I would say, it is not so much that we have different styles. Is more that we have different ages, like tree rings, effectively. We have code that was written in the style that we thought was the right style when D1 and Tango was around. And then we have code written in the style that we thought was the right style 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago. And you can sort of see when a project was written by the style it's written in. But we're using serialized at this point for anything that we're bringing up or that we're porting to that has to talk to, has one server talking to another server. So it's not exactly limited to a specific project so much as to a time in which a project was started.
I don't remember you addressing this in the talk. Is there any built-in support for backwards compatibility when serialization formats change, or is that something you have to put on top of it when you implement it?
We don't have a clean answer for that either at the moment, because right now what we just do is we make a change and then we change both sides and then we push system integration to make sure that they update those two sides at the same time. But the reason why we're focusing by now fairly heavily on JSON rather than XML is that JSON naturally is designed for this sort of backwards compatibility. So we are using semantic versioning internally, and we're trying to separate interface versions and code versions so that we can change the interface without necessarily changing the behavior or the other way around. And the nice thing about JSON is, of course, that it is backwards compatible in the sense that you can add a field and the existing clients will not complain about it.
Yeah,
and this is something that is very welcome.
I see. I didn't even know that. I don't really use JSON much. Especially not even with Dub. I'm an SDL guy, for the record. Here's a question from the live stream. As far as networking layers go, what is your approach? VibeD or custom implementation?
Custom implementation. We have, I think VibeD could be useful, but we have exactly one service that uses VibeD, and that service is a mess for other reasons. So our internal opinion on VibeD is kind of that, well, we are a heavily thread-based shop, so we're using multi-threading for approximately everything, and VibeD is kind of opinionated about its own use of async. And at that point, well, at this point, we know how to debug a threading problem, right? We know what tools to use, and we're not entirely sure what tools we would be using when there's some sort of issue with async or with the async primitives in general, how we would try to track that down. So we're kind of skittish about VibeD in that sense.
Yeah, you mentioned the multi-threading, and one of the things that sticks with me from the blog post series you guys did for us was the problem you had with the socket getting closed or blocked or something. I don't remember exactly what the deal was, but it turned out because the GC, when the GC would run, it would block the socket's thread. Or something like that. It's all there in the blog post. I don't remember the details, but it was a.
I also did not read that. Sorry.
Yeah. I think it was Mario's post, but it just kind of stuck with me as an interesting. It's one of those little Heisenbugs, that you take a while to.
Well,
to
the
track
background. I vaguely remember the background for that issue. I think what was happening there was that we had some, I think, JavaScript services, because we're using JavaScript on the front end, and our UI developers use Node.js for their services, for their, if they need some functionality, they don't necessarily always come to us, they can solve it on their own. And they're used to running in a high performance environment where any timeout longer than 10 seconds is a bug. And our services are used to running in an environment where they don't necessarily have a lot of memory, and they are not necessarily running on the newest processors. And so while the garbage collector is quite fast in general, and certainly now that we have parallel mark, by the way, that is a great feature, love it. Even though it has given us a certain number of bugs, but it is definitely an improvement. There used to be a problem where there would generally be so much CPU contention on the system that a garbage collector pause would mean that we actually could exceed that 10-second timeout, and then we would have issues. But this is why we raised all the timeouts to at least 30 seconds by now.
Here's a follow-up actually about the networking question. Earlier you mentioned the multi-threaded stuff. What tools do you use for debugging a multi-threaded problem or for multi-threaded problems?
This is going to sound a bit sad, but the new debugger, GDB. Well, largely we're using a truly stupendous amount of logging to the point that we have had systems entirely fill up because there were too many logs in them. They were eating up all the drive, and we basically just well, obviously you get a core file when a process crashes, so that's relevant. But in a deadlock case, you just we just attach a debugger and see what's happening there. There's no special source to it.
Do you find that support in GDB is up to snuff?
I think it's fine. I wouldn't say that. Most of the time our threading problems aren't because some data structure is doing some magic thing, but because of business logic situations. So for instance, you have an incoming message on one thread, and then on the same thread you do an outgoing HTTP request, and the HTTP server tries to send a message that comes in on the same message queue that is currently blocked handling that initial request. That sort of thing, where looking at the data structures doesn't necessarily, or the internals of the data structures doesn't necessarily produce as much help as having an overview of what were the last requests coming in and what is the system trying to do now. So we haven't had any issues with GDB. Obviously, it could be improved, but most of the time our problem is not down to looking at the internal state of the process.
Yeah, I remember. Was it Ian? I can't remember. I think it was Ian who contributed to GDB several years ago to add in D support because it was lacking at the time. But I haven't really heard anything.
Well, an additional problem would be that it rather often happens that we're not running the newest Ubuntu. And we actually had an issue where we had to very panically update because some processes were still running on 14.04, and that got straight up deleted from Ubuntu servers at some point. And this is where we now mirror everything that we're creating reproducible builds from. But that's what I mean. Like our customers don't necessarily run on. Let me rephrase it. We are happy when our customers are running on Ubuntu at all, or on a system created in the last 5 years, because this is an industry that is very resistant to trying to sell them an upgrade or change to something, as long as the old system can be said to be in some shape of it can be said to be in some amount of working. So even if GDB would at this point be perfectly adapted, we wouldn't necessarily get that advantage for another 3 years or so.
And we have this is not a question, but it's a comment in your the talk chat box here. It says in your talk you were talking about forward compatibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it says in programming language theory, this kind of forward compatibility is sometimes called row polymorphism.
Okay, cool. I'll keep that term in mind. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Here's philosophy from Attila. Best way to debug multi-threading bugs, don't spin up threads.
Well, we're actually very happy with we haven't had any serious corruption issues that would arise from multi-threading. Oh, can I use this opportunity for a rant, please?
Oh, be my guest, man. I would love another Mathis rant. Let's hear it.
Synchronized. It's great, but it's terrible. Fundamentally, like I think I said this at my last DConf talk as well. I think there's an overemphasis on shared and micro-optimizing multi-threading that is not relevant to the sort of business domain that the sort of code that we're used to writing, which is very still at the OP level, very Java-like. And like we're looking at objects from a perspective of this is a class, and this class has state, and it has to synchronize access to that state, and it sort of gets messages in the form of method calls and it has to organize those method calls in a way so that it doesn't corrupt its own internal state because it's the one responsible. And so at that stage you have to use synchronized, right? But synchronized forces in shared, and then you have to cast it away. And this is something that we don't like cast. Cast is a sign that we have a misunderstanding with the compiler and we have to correct it. And every time you throw in cast, you raise the possibility, because cast is a very heavy, it's a very blunt weapon. Like you're casting away shared, and you might at the same time be casting away type information. You might be casting away constness without noticing necessarily, because some other part of the system changed type, and you're not going to catch on to that because it's a cast. It just does what you tell it to. It says trust me, and we don't want the compiler to have to trust us. We want to have an understanding with the compiler. So that from that perspective, we are mostly using synchronized this inside of methods, sort of the retro style of it, where it's like, yeah, I just want to lock the monitor of that class. But again, that means that we can't use invariants. And we also really like to use invariants. Because if you have an in condition, if you synchronize this, then you can synchronize the in condition and it looks ugly and it doesn't even work. Because what can happen is you drop the lock for the in condition, and then something else causes a state change, and then you enter the lock for the body, and your in condition is now useless. So at that point, I would very much rather that D drop the association between synchronized and shared entirely. I don't know what it does. I don't know what its purpose is, but I know it does. It makes our lives harder.
I wonder, Walter, were you listening to the rant at all there? He might be away or listening to the talk instead. So,
yeah.
Sorry.
I was listening to it. Synchronize is definitely an old-fashioned approach. It's modeled after the one in Java, and it does what the Java does. It's kind of experience has shown it's kind of not the right way to do things. So it's probably one of those features that should be deprecated.
I see what you mean, but frankly, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think rather if it is a good feature, it's useful. It's just that it puts in an association with like atomic memory access that is not necessary.
Yeah, I think the atomics library is a much better approach.
Right, if you want that.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's an old-fashioned feature and probably is not the best way to go for modern programming.
Right, now I see that, but I mean, if we're having it at all, we might as well have it work right?
Well, if you have a proposal though for how it can be improved, I'd love to see it.
Maybe I'll write that up. Okay.
Yeah, please
keep that in mind.
Cool.
Please do.
Okay. I'm curious. We're off topic on the top talk here, but well, all of these conversations have gone off topic because we don't get enough questions in. Let me. Your talk's almost over here, right? This is a plea for aid.
Plea for aid part.
Yeah. So let me real quick remind people. Come to the live stream for a chance to win a D Rocket T-shirt.
I should have won my D T-shirt from last year. God damn
it. Your question. There we go. After the talk. Did you see Ali's talk yesterday?
I'm sure I saw it, but please remind me.
Yeah, I think let me hang on. Yes, it was Ali's talk. He has some, when he was talking about standard concurrency and standard parallelism, he was talking about how he has a formula that a template, I guess, not in the programming template, but a pattern that he uses. You guys do in your heavy multi-threading. Do you make heavy use of these library features, multi-threading library features, or shared or
No, almost not at all, which is of course why I don't see the use of it. I mean, I'm sure if I used it, if I use synchronization more than, if I use the D features more, then I would see, I would have more of a handle of what they're for. But we're mostly using this sort of message passing. Just give some, put this struct into a queue and take it out on the other end.
Right.
Classic concurrency.
All right, but I mean from standard concurrency or from your own?
No, utilities.
I see.
From
I see.
Utilities is our utilities library. So yeah, we like to have more control over that sort of thing.
I see. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm curious because I don't know that in my experience around the D ecosystem, I don't see a lot of stuff out there about multi-threading in D in terms of blog posts or uh, example projects or that kind of thing. We don't have enough of a knowledge base on that out there, and I'm only recently now hearing Ali and his talk, and I don't know how many people are using it out there. Are we ever going to have a D concurrency book, or site?
Right.
So I don't know what the common knowledge is for that.
Right. I
go
wouldn't
ahead.
say that we're doing any sort of special approach to concurrency. I think we're doing concurrency pretty much in the same way that I'd say more in the POSIX threads way than in the D way, so to say.
The C way, basically.
Yeah, it's C way, exactly.
Okay.
Well, except not painful.
Here we go. What? Okay, I don't know if Peter, is that a question for Mathis? This question about the double primitive, the DBL primitive, or is this? Okay, I don't think this is for you.
Okay.
This is traits compiles. I guess it's part of the discussion there. You didn't talk about traits compiles in your talk, did you?
I did. There was.
Oh, you did. Okay. All right. Sorry. So
the one where it's like, please give us something better than traits compiles.
Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I don't remember. All right, your talk is finished. So I guess these questions here count for. Oh, that's okay. Sorry. I thought that was DBL. DBI. All right. So what do you guys? There's no verb here. What do you guys think about, I guess? What do you guys think about a DBI primitive static try? The idea is that very often you first check with traits compiles, and then if that returns true, you call it.
Yes, exactly. But the problem is not exactly how. It's not so much a question of like seeing if it works or if it doesn't work. The problem is mainly if it doesn't work, why did it not work, and to characterize that error. So I guess the problem with something like exception handling would be that we don't care how. Like if we're trying to instantiate a template with traits compiles, it wouldn't help us to know that if we get an error back that says template instantiation failed, because that might be deep in the body of that lambda that got passed in, or the template that got passed in. What we really wanted to say is we want to say, I'm going to try to instantiate it, and there's precisely one reason for that to fail, that we don't want to result in a compiler error, and that's if the template in condition fails, or if the specialization fails, and anything else we still want to be reported. So it's not so much a matter of getting more information, it's getting the compiler to use its existing facilities for errors instead of necessarily suppressing all of it.
How do you use traits compiles so that you can't get a similar result with is?
I don't understand. Traits compiles is I think traits compiles is the traits replacement for is, right?
Yeah, I assume yes.
Yeah, so I don't understand that question.
Okay, Simon, can you?
Traits compiles and is are equivalent.
Yes, Peter.
It's already, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I agree with you, Peter. The 200 character limit is annoying. So, all right.
Oh yeah.
Simon, we didn't understand your question there, so if you could maybe expand on that, we can try again. It doesn't disqualify you from the drawing for the shirt, though. So. You're still in. Steve says, have you considered generating DTO types which transform parameters lazily? One thing I didn't like is how your intermediate type allocates a store, such as arrays.
Well, we do have problems with the garbage collector. We are not worried about it on a micro level. So this is an interesting approach and interesting question. And I don't think that's something we're at this point interested in, because it's not the dominant part of memory overhead that makes issues for us. And I think if you're trying to absolutely minimize memory footprint, that would help. But at the scales we're working at, a megabyte or something is a footnote. So that's not something that we're looking at the moment, no.
Okay, any more questions for Mathis? We actually have a nice chunk of time here before the next talk. Almost a little less than an hour, about 50 minutes or so. And it's going to be Ali, his second talk of the conference.
Okay.
So Mathis is still going to be around. We can keep him around for at least another 10 minutes or longer if he wants to. But
I don't have a problem.
Okay. So Walter, do you have anything you want to say about Mathis's talk?
Sorry, it took me a moment to get to the microphone. I think it was a great talk. Thanks for bringing it on. I think it's pretty cool. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks. Anybody else have any questions for Mathis? We have exactly 2 people. Oh, 3 people. Sorry, Steve. 3 people in the drawing. And
I feel
lots
so
of
validated.
and lots of time. I think everybody wants to head off to DConf. Okay, here we go. Since you mentioned that the GC is giving you trouble, in addition to using idiomatic decode, would optimizations like custom allocators be something that you would be interested in?
That's a very good question, and please let me think about it for a moment. I think the one thing that would be overwhelmingly the most useful would be reliable profiling support for garbage collector leaks. I think it is largely not so much an issue as that where we know where the memory is going. It's specifically in the context of a multi-threaded program that memory can be kept alive for potentially very strange reasons. If I can have a diversion here for a moment. We used to have a hilarious issue where huge XML data structures, we had these huge XML trees of XML nodes decoded from the hard drive, and they would stick around in memory for an unconscionable amount of time. And we had processes using 12 gigabytes of RAM or something of that order. And I think eventually, with a lot of debugging, I realized that the issue of it was that this was, I think, back on 32-bit. Or it was in a context where we occasionally had false pointers into that tree. And because the data structure used had pointers going both ways, it pointers to the parent, pointers to the children. And so as a result, any pointer anywhere in the garbage collector tree, potentially on some thread that was in a computation and had a reference somewhere down below, or that didn't have the stack bottom, I think, calculated precisely right, or that had it in the stack frame but hadn't been cleared. Any such false reference would keep dozens of megabytes of XML nodes alive in the background. And some way to find that, to take a snapshot at a certain point of the system and see where all the allocations that are alive, or all the biggest allocations that are alive at that point, came from and what is keeping them alive, would be immensely useful to reduce memory footprint.
Okay, and are you looking at the live stream chat, Mathis?
I don't have it open.
Okay,
Because,
then there's a message from
sorry.
Steve there. He says, I have a similar library for doing database serialization, and maybe in a discussion afterwards, I can explain where I was coming from with that question. And he had the question about the DTO types earlier.
Yeah, I'm on IRC in the D channel on Freenode, and I will continue to be there for the foreseeable future, so you can hit me there. And of course, the live chats for the Q&A.
Any more questions for him? If not, we can call it here in a couple minutes. Okay, let me go ahead and pick a winner for the D-Rocket t-shirt before we go to break, because this is going to be a long break.
I'm sorry my talk isn't longer.
No. That's no problem. This is just a quirk of the schedule. We actually had one more talk scheduled today.
I see.
But because we had a big gap in day one, and I moved that talk over to day one, and I didn't realize I'd left such a big gap here. So we would have had a gap either way. So
right.
Your talk was actually longer than like Walter's, for example.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, my talk length is entirely dependent on my interacting with the crowds, and so when I wasn't interacting, it kind of zipped by, and I was, oh my god!
Yeah.
So
okay,
we have to try that one again with a live audience.
We have a rephrasing of the traits compiles question. Is X tests if type X exists? Is decode bang X a type, or what do you use? What do you test with traits compile decode bang X?
I see what you mean. Yeah. What we need to know specifically is it a valid instantiation of the decode template, and if it is, what is its parameter type? So I think we could potentially farm that, but that is not the problem. That is secondary to the problem. The fundamental problem is that there is no way to differentiate between is decode X, is X a valid template parameter to decode that results in a template that looks superficially correct, that is a template of the form a decode of T specialized for X, or T if T equals X, or if trait same Tx. And if that is the case, then we can try to instantiate it. And if then there is an error inside the template, then we want the error to be presented to the user with the line number inside the template. And whether or not you use is or traits compiles, I don't see a way to get one piece of information but not the other.
Okay, does that work for you, Simon? And I guess, is that the last question? Okay, you know what? I think, Peter, you are charmed or something. You've just won another shirt. I think yesterday you had a coffee mug, but
and you must wear them all.
No, yesterday he got the D-Man shirt and a D-Rocket mug. So now you also get a D-Rocket shirt to go with it.
Yeah, starting to believe in the hacked standard random theory yet?
It's looking that way. Yeah. What kind of backdoor did you put in there?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if you even actually reseed the thing between runs.
Actually, yeah, I'm using the default seed, so it reseeds every time.
Okay, so you could just time his question correctly.
Oh, that's it. He's hacking by. That's a meta hack. Yeah.
Probably not, though. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mathis. That was a great talk, and it was great chatting with you here. And I guess we'll see you around. Are you going to head to BeerConf at all?
Yeah, I'll be hanging out there. I think in the breaks and after the talk. Yes.
Okay, our next talk is in about 43 minutes on the schedule. So So we should be back here. I guess I'll be back about 10 minutes before the talk starts to run my mouth for a few minutes before Ali gets in. And everybody else, do whatever it is you want to do right now. And I might drop into DConf. I'm sure a lot of people will be there. So this is going to be our hallway moment, you know, our between the talks hallway moments. We haven't had a lot of those yet. That's what I miss about the physical DConf. I know most people do. So enjoy your break. See you in about 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of adding UDAs to the scripting question and then just serializing that.
I'm also a fan of UDAs, which makes it quite annoying that I can't use them.
Sure. I mean, at one point I added to serial UDA that says this integer is the length of the array that follows, because that usually happens in networking protocols.
Oh shit, you added dependent typing to D?
Kind of, yeah.
That is sexy.
Yes. Yes, it is. But that works. I didn't have to write the code. It says, this is the length of that array. Please decode this. Done.
Fucking love it.
Yes, me too.
It sounds like the DConf conversation is coming through on the live stream.
Is it? How? Tell you, man, some people are just
여보. 봤지? 봤어? 여보. 여보. 아이씨,
Your microphone is on if you don't realize it. Hello?
I'm wondering, would anybody be willing to join me in the live chat stream, Jitsi? To kind of yeah, because I'm really sluggish today. Yeah, both of you come on in. Yeah, both of you come on in. That'll be great. Okay, I don't know why that's I don't know why that's happening.
Why? What's happening?
What's happening?
Okay, yeah, I'm on my MacBook now. I should. Was that just you, Steve, or am I actually coming in on the live stream?
You're coming in on the live stream.
Everybody's quiet now.
Somebody's
So before I
microphone.
rate myself, does anybody have a good implementation of a try? So prefix
Okay,
tree?
I muted the thing.
I
on the
did one
live
for
stream,
my
so
MQTT
I guess it
thing,
was going through my phone. I guess that's what it was going
but
through.
it was very, focused on what I was
Because
trying to do there.
I'm using my
so
phone as a
I
webcam, and
In fact, Robert, you're the one that told
Uh-huh.
me that was called a try. I described the data structure to you, and you said, "Oh, it's a try."
Yeah,
The
I
first time I
guess,
met you at DConf.
yeah, because I was using this
Now,
headset,
can people hear me?
but I unplugged it from the PC
Yes.
and plugged it
Yeah,
into the
you
Mac.
can.
Oh, okay. I'm
I
sorry.
guess now my
Um,
phone is picking
I
up
got to
my voice.
step
But
out for a
anyway,
minute to go run an
All right,
errand,
good.
so
So
I'll be back.
I got those guys in there.
Like when we
What-
first
what
met,
else-
was
what
it
else was I gonna say?
2013 or was it 14?
I forgot.
14. I wasn't in the 13 one. I hadn't
Steve,
started
Peter,
writing the.
asked.
I saw the talks in 2013, and that's one of the reasons
the
I
prize
started
since he already
writing.
won 2.
From
And,
the-
2014
so I reran the
was
program,
the first
and
time I
it
went
was
to
you.
a conference.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 3
feel
people, and
old
all
now.
3 of you had won something
You
already.
should.
So,
You are.
yeah,
I'm older, but
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I guess,
Yeah,
if his
Facebook campus
declination is,
2014.
if it stands, then it's going to
Yeah.
go to you. So
I remember getting there, and Andre knew who I was. I was like, "What?"
cool. Well, if you don't
That's
want the
really
mug,
strange.
you know, we can
It was.
change it to a T-shirt. That's fine. Yeah, we can change it to a T-shirt.
And that was the
That's no
first
problem.
time I drove an automatic car in the United States.
Yeah, this one was a rocket.
So
Wow.
we rented the
You-
car
you-
at San Francisco Airport.
Same with me.
And
Yeah,
that
you had
was
a
the
DConf
first
Online
time for
mug
me to
is what you
drive
want. I can
a
get
car
you
without
so
a
that we can
manual
make that a DConf
shifter.
Online T-shirt, and then
And it
I
was-
think that was the same for me as well,
and if
actually.
you,
I think that was the first time I drove a manual.
if Peter really doesn't
automatic
want the
rather.
prize, then
And it was straight out of the parking lot on a 6-lane highway.
yeah, but
And
you guys
Exactly
never.
the same for me.
Amy,
Exactly the
that's right.
same
You're
for me.
supposed to
Yeah,
get
I had the same
DConf
experience.
Online 2020. None of you guys. I asked you in the introductory.
Yeah, because
That's
Cisco
what
sent me there, so I didn't have
the
to pay
first
for any
email I
of
sent
that.
out about this stuff. I said, send me your information if you want
I
your
have to say
shirt.
that was surprisingly
And,
stressful. And the really weird thing
No,
was that
nobody ever
people
got back to
overtook
me
me
on
on the
that.
right side, so I was driving like on the second to right lane or something. And
Yes,
people
sir,
overtook me on the
But
right.
anyway, yeah,
and
we'll
in
get it to
Germany,
you
that's
anyway.
like a
I
no-no.
guess I'll go
Yes,
through and I'll
sir,
contact
Jared.
all the speakers again to see if we can make an online 2020
I,
T-shirt.
that wouldn't
And
even register.
we'll change
for me.
yours since you're a speaker.
The problem for
We'll
me
change
was
that
like,
prize
flying
to something
over
else. I'll
for
talk to you
so
about it
long
later.
and being jet lagged.
Anyway,
9 hours
I've
behind.
accomplished what I needed to
driving
accomplish.
for an
Ethan,
hour.
I will send you the link post haste
San Francisco
in
Airport.
Facebook. So, cheers, guys.
Like really sleepy. Going,
Turn it into a party. Okay. Sure, why not?
Yeah, that was the first time I drove an
Okay,
automatic
all
too. Interesting.
Bye.
I remember because I was one of the few people who had a car, so we had to go from the hotel, the loft, to the venue, and we had to cross that bridge. And I kept ferrying people back and forth.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just I'm trying to get Ethan. Ethan's going to join us. Trying to. Yeah. Whoa, I got some serious lag here on me. Thanks. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to reload here. So let's see. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm hearing on the live stream that everybody can hear me, but not you guys. What's up with that? Yeah, but they're watching it on the live stream. Can you hear them now? Yeah, it's probably on my end, but okay. OBS shows it's picking up the audio. Sure.
Especially these days, because they up the limit of what you don't have to authorize because of COVID. No. I actually got so used to this that when I go to the supermarket now and I have to put my PIN in, it's like, oh right, this is the thing now.
Okay, guys, in the live stream chat, I've tweaking some settings here. Let me know if you hear everybody else. Somebody say something.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Hello world.
Hello.
Okay, now we're good.
Yeah, Pizza says the audio's good. Okay.
Whew.
Robert, what's the limit there in Germany for how much you don't need to put your PIN in for the card when you pay?
I think they upped it to 50 euros.
Yeah, we got the pay and wave here too, and they say it's 50 euros per day, but it doesn't appear to be like that. It appears to actually be once you've spent a certain amount, you need to reinsert your PIN.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 80 francs here, which is about 70 euros. It used to be 40 francs. They doubled it for COVID because they didn't want people to, exchange cash notes or anything like that. Like I said, I got so used to it now. Like whenever my bill goes up, I was like, "Wait, PIN? What do you mean PIN?"
I've been getting this weird thing in Finland. Like, I'll be at the coffee shop, I'll get an espresso, wave it through, spend 5 to 10 minutes talking to the barista, and the barista will be like, "Do you want another one?" I'm like, "Yes, okay." So I get another one, and it goes, "No, that's a duplicate transaction." And I'm like, you know what? This is Finland, and I know I've done exactly this at a bar buying the same beer, and you can.
Of course, yeah.
You should
You
be
did flag
complaining about the alcohol purchase, not the coffee.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, oh no, you bought too much coffee. Somebody must be doing something weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it is weird. People drinking coffee instead of alcohol in Finland. It's like, oh.
Man, I just got a coffee grinder. I'm really, really happy about this purchase because it really, really makes a difference. This is good coffee now, my French press. Yes.
Needless to say, anybody on the live stream that is wondering what's going on and why we're just talking randomly, this is normally what we do on BeerConf.
Yes, that's literally what we do at BeerConf. This is BeerConf.
Anyway.
Yeah. You're not necessarily meant to drink beer. It's just the human side. We can talk like engineers in the conference, and let's face it, we still talk like engineers at the BeerConf, but there's a lot of this that goes on.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, talk about video games, music, films, whatever. And then we go back to criticizing C++. Then
Yeah. Normal
That's
people
what,
talk.
that's what I remember most from that first DConf is actually talking to Robert about how bad C++ was. I don't know why. It was just one of the things I remember the most.
Okay, it's 1:30. Well, my time. So it's a half past. So it's time for us to get moving on here. And I was going to say, Ethan beat me to it, that we haven't actually moved BeerConf over to the DConf live stream. I've asked these guys to join me tonight because I don't have the steam that I had last night to keep going 6 hours by myself here.
Coffee.
Yeah, I've got my coffee, but it's keeping me awake, but it's not giving me energy. I didn't get enough sleep today, so I'm a little sluggish today, and I asked for some assistance, and they have come in to lend their support. And so, Ali, we are not here to put you in front of an inquisition or anything like that, to judge you or.
Perfectly suitable. We can do this.
So they're going to help me.
Well, I mean, I can jump off as well if we're going back to the more official Q&A thing, and I'll just jump back on the BeerConf.
No, you can talk as much as you want to here. We got to keep the Q&A thing going, but my thing is, if you have anything to ask Ali, to keep the conversation going, that would be great. Ali ran away. Oh no.
I'll ask the same thing I asked on the BeerConf Jitsi earlier. If anybody here would, like, if you could have the power to do anything you could today, what would you change? Like, what would be your number one priority?
I think somebody asked Ali that yesterday.
Well, any of you guys can.
Peter, we've got a question for you, Ethan, from the live stream. Mike was talking earlier that we don't have enough materials for multi-threading on the blog. What's your recipe for maximizing the usage of modern hardware? Oh! Did you get the question?
I think that was me.
No, that
was me.
No, the question's for Ethan. I was waving at your son, Ali.
Yeah, I'm going to that right now. Actually, it's like question for Ethan. Okay. So my views on multi-threading actually. After I talk, look at that. Let's give us a minute.
Go ahead. All
right. Okay, I guess we're fine now.
Yeah.
I mean, my views on multi-threading don't necessarily match the ways that people generally want to do multi-threading. There's talks where I do this question: when should a mutex be used for data synchronization? And I throw that out to the audience, and then I flash up the answer: never. And not even a semaphore, not even any of that. The way that I approach multi-threading is more of a task-based thing. So when you ask what kind of resources do we think that we should have for multi-threading, I can answer that very well for how to do a massively scalable task-based environment, but that's not the kind of information people are generally comfortable with. So this is probably a wider discussion. How should we approach threading in D? We can do it like Rust, which is kind of the normal concurrent way of doing it, or we can go whole hog onto task-based programming and avoid this whole range of problems that Rust is actively solving.
Yes and no. I think that you need to solve that problem first so that you can build tools on top of it. I think that using threads should not be what a regular programmer should be doing.
The stuff I want to do, I really want a programming environment that is heavily sandboxed. And currently, kind of the only way we can do this is to split your code out into a dynamic library. That's about the only efficient encapsulation method we have at the moment. And I think there's, especially in terms of task-based programming, where essentially everything needs to be pure, right? Easily enforcing that in C++, no. You can kind of do it in D, but it's still easier to go and do it in that dynamic library thing there. So, yeah, I think there's still some language features we need to design.
I think pure is part of it. I think it's more important that whatever you're trying to do is a monoid, because then it's associative, and then it doesn't really matter if you're doing it in this thread or there. You can join it at the end, because it's also false sharing if you do that in the middle. So
yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that I point out to my colleagues is that if you do it this way, you can also kick it off to the cloud.
Yes, absolutely. I think that Pony did a really good job at doing this, and there's I looked into it maybe a year ago, and there's only one thing I think we're missing in D that Pony has, and it's not going to be that much of a change to the language, and then we can get just as good as they have it, as it were, without the complication of the whole type system thing. And I don't know if you know about Pony, but they basically have like this really large 5 versus 5, what converts to what thing, and I don't think we want that, because that's really complicated. I think we can get the benefits that they have with one minor change in language.
And there's another.
I looked at the chat as well. Peter has said that this is the task-based stuff. The stuff we're talking about here is actually what he's interested in. Anecdotally, it sounds like this is a good way that we should be exploring. He's also asking if I've had a chance to try the next-gen consoles. I am working on a PlayStation 5 title, so the answer is emphatically yes there. I'm at Housemarque. We're working on a game called Returnal. It's a Sony-funded game, so you can look up the trailers on their YouTube. And yeah.
I'm just pissed off you have a PS5 and I can't get one.
Say again?
I'm just pissed off you have a PS5 and I can't get one.
Well, I don't have a retail unit yet. I've still only got the dev.
Who cares? To retail unit or not?
Yeah. But the number one thing when I saw the specs for the PlayStation 5 originally, and I was the only person that got excited about this on the team, when I saw that the SSD was being integrated, I'm like, this solves the bandwidth problem I've been talking about for like a decade.
Well, they did make a big part of that in the marketing material in the last few months.
Yeah, it's hard to sell to users until you look at something like Ratchet and Clank in the fly. But and even
it wasn't hard to sell me. It was like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, even Ratchet and Clank is just the first ideas that people are having with this technology. It is a game changer, and it's slowly coming to PC. Microsoft just announced their direct storage API, so that will eventually become a thing, and it's the only way a PC will be able to compete on the back of that. But
yeah, I was telling a PC enthusiast friend of mine exactly basically the same thing, and he's kind of like, he didn't really want to believe it because he doesn't have any consoles. He's only a PC gamer, and I was like, yeah. Well.
And the second part of that question, do you know if anything's changed compared to last gen with regards to running D?
Basically, no. We've got standardized compiler tool chains now. It's just a matter of implementing the runtime libraries.
So what's like the holdup with that? Like, what would be the most work that needs to be done? The D runtime? Is that it?
I've honestly not looked at this in a while, so I can't answer that right now.
Yeah, okay.
What's his name? Guillaume, I think, or was it Purush? I can't remember. One of them is actively working on PlayStation 4 with D. Has some results. I can't remember who it is. It's one of them, but
well, the question is because that's what I would expect would be the hardest part, right? For the runtime. I don't think anything else.
Once you get the runtime running on the platform, I mean, the compilers, whatever, they just generate the objects that the backends already know how to deal with. It's just a matter of hooking it in runtime, and then off you go.
Okay, we're about 5 minutes away from Ali's talk, so we're going to have to put a pause on the PlayStation 5 conversation for a minute, and let's get Ali to... hello, Ali. Let's get him to tell us a little bit about what we can expect.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Just a second. Good. So this talk is about exposing your D code to be used from Python or any other language for that matter, because this talk will give the details of how to have a C library interface And because Python and most other languages know how to talk to C interfaces, we will be able to use it from Python. There are a number of issues there, starting with extern C, how it helps with name mangling and other linkage issues, all the way to how to have an object-oriented design with your functions and an opaque struct. Things like that. Okay, allow me to add one more thing. This
Sure.
talk is my second talk on this conference, and it's only because you said we didn't have enough talks. So I just taught quickly and remembered my good friend, our local D programmer from eBay, John Degenhard, had told me, oh, that seems to be a good conference topic, Ali, because I told him in 2 minutes what I was working on. So these conference topics are everywhere. I was just talking to friends on the DConf last night, and whoever you talk, people have ideas that they think are not conference worthy. But just as soon as you think it's worthy, there's some seed of information there, you start building up your slides, and then you realize I can't even fit in an hour. There's so much that you can put. So I encourage everyone, please, you have great ideas. Please bring them up on conferences.
Yes, please do. And especially when we put out the call for talks at DConf every year and the next DConf Online, I'm always worried I'm, coming up to the end of the deadline because, a lot of people get them in late. And the pool of talks to select from isn't always as big as we would like. And I know, our community isn't so big that hangs out in the forums and stuff like that. But I think you don't have to be shy about this stuff. If you know anything about a D project at your job or in your spare time, or if there's anything that you'd like to, that about D that other people might not, like in Ali's talk yesterday, I mean, that kind of stuff makes good material for talks. So that's good advice, Ali. And like I said yesterday, we are going to start giving bounties to people who submit talk proposals, who speak at other conferences about D. So keep that in mind too. A lot of this talk is about actually not Python, but about C and the interface to C, yes. And that's a topic that's near and dear to my heart with my bindings, and I've got the series on the blog that I write about. How much of your D life is involved, how much of your D life involves interfacing with C?
None anymore. And I agree with Walter where he said C should go away already because of its safety concerns and because what the humanity paid for those unsafe features. And nobody should start any project in C unless they really, really have to. Maybe their environment is so constrained and that the libraries they have. C++ could be a candidate because we use that in production, but still my D programs are command line utilities, stand on, they just run on their own. These are just command line tools. However, because they were so much faster than Python alternative, we felt compelled to expose this library part to Python so Python could call in and take advantage of that fast parts of the tool.
So you're using the C API. What this talk is about is exposing a D API via C interface to D. But that's the only way you're using the C API C interface these days, yeah?
Yes, that's the only reason I use this C. There are other ways of exposing to Python, one of which is auto wrap, which I will mention in my talk. And the other one is we have direct Python bindings, but I wanted to have a library. And even though I told you that we're not using it from C or C++, the library has an example program for anyone who is compelled enough to use it from their own C or C++ tool. So this is a
Hello? Can you say something, Ali? I think I lost you.
I'm here.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Something. Oh well. Anyway. All right. So your talk is about to start. It's counting down to the 2 minutes. Why did? Well, you already said that you talked to John Degenhardt about this. How much of your code base is Python at your company?
Only tools, only evaluation part of it. So this project is about autonomous driving. The vehicle code, the code that drives the vehicle, is all in C++. That's a certified language. It's in a certain version of C++ is certified, and that's the only thing the driving, the safe code can use. Most of the evaluation code base, most of the tools around that are in Python. Most of them. I heard we have some other languages around too, but it's mostly a C++ and Python shop. So I solved this particular ROS bag migration issue with D, and that's how we got involved with D. We got stuck with D, let's say. That one migration program evolved into 7 programs now, all sharing the same underlying ROS bag interfacing layer, and 7 libraries, 7 programs using that library. And it's because it's capable and does so much. Now I've exposed this one part of the library to Python. I'm in the process of exposing another parts to Python as well, because all these evaluation tools will be able to use our D-side functionality.
Well, you don't talk much about the Python side in this talk. There's you talk about how to integrate it at the end, but I'm wondering, are there any issues in Python, interfacing Python and D, that are different from issues interfacing Python and C, D and C? Or is it the same sort of issues you have to be aware of in C?
Okay, that's a very good question. And let me tell you, there are other ways of attaching yourself to Python infrastructure. Python comes with a C API. And what you can do is you can write a Python extension. And that was my goal to begin with. Writing Python extension means you become part of Python almost, and you can introduce all these new features to it, which requires making calls into the C API, which requires to grab that infamous global interpreter lock of Python, GIL. So once you do that, you have to do this Python extension only on one of your threads, because only one of them can grab it. And suddenly you realize you're not faster than Python anymore. And of course, it sounds like I'm blaming only GIL for this, but no, if you're gonna create objects through C API, if you're gonna create Python types through the C API, you can beat Python just a little bit, because Python side is already using the same API behind the scenes. So that was one approach I've tried, and I gave up, to be honest, because of not seeing much performance gain, but also getting lost in C API problems with Python. There are inconsistencies. You need to read which one holds a reference to an object, which of the C API functions, which one doesn't. These inconsistencies are solved in different versions of Python. You have to be careful about that. So once I saw there was nothing, I stopped it and just exposed a pure C API to where it mattered. And let me add one more. Why the D side is fast, in my case, is not because of D's bit twiddling speed or low level speed. It's only because I use these ROS bag files the way they were supposed to. I take advantage of some domain knowledge. I look at the structure of the format of a bag file and don't do unnecessary stuff, because it's actually designed very well. You can touch only bits and pieces of the file that you actually need. Python side open source ROS bag libraries don't do this. And they just eagerly read stuff to be consumed later on, but not every use case needs that stuff. So my speed up comes from domain knowledge more than pure D speed in this application.
Do you guys use any other scripting languages there, or is it Python your main go-to?
Python. The continuous integration uses Groovy, like very specific languages. Python is our language.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering because I mean, just about any scripting language you're going to be using a C API to interact with it or to extend it. So this information in this video is applicable to a broad range.
So.
Yeah, to a broad range of stuff. I like how you went into the name mangling thing. There's a lot of people who these days coming into D. I think we've talked about this before in the DConf maybe, and maybe in the live stream yesterday. My mind's all muddled, but we get people coming from without the background in C or C++, where this kind of knowledge becomes applicable about name mangling and overloading and linking and everything else. And it's the first thing you talk about here. I've never discussed this in any of my C blogs or anything like that. In your interactions with new D programmers, and I know you're talking to them a lot, what do you find is the most common issue in this missing knowledge base, this missing background that we're seeing, people coming from Node.js or whatever?
Well, to be honest, I don't really interact much other than our forums. I don't have a personal email much with them. I'm active on the D meetup community, the D community, which is very, very small. Yes, I mean, it's understandable. People coming from different languages don't have what C and C++ forced us to learn. So
Right.
that was their values, I guess. You need to know them at certain things at bit level. You need to face some linking issues to appreciate what name mangling is. And yeah.
Well, the point my muddled mind is trying to get at here, it's a product of the times, right? It's a sign of the times. I mean, if you go back 20 years ago when D was first starting, you could expect that anybody coming to D had some knowledge or some exposure to C, was vaguely familiar at least with what an object file was and this kind of thing. And so our entire documentation, tutorial infrastructure, our entire knowledge base is oriented toward those people with that assumption. I wrote my book with that assumption. Yeah. So when people come in today, they don't have the resources explaining these things that we assume they already know. So if all you know is Node.js, then you have no idea what the difference between COF and OMF is. I mean, that's going to be foreign language to you. And your talk here, you actually accommodate for that somewhere. I don't know if you did it intentionally, thinking about those that sort of background.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. When I realized when I write something, I have the free book Programming in D. When I wrote any chapter, the flow of information was so important. So before talking about anything, I assumed the reader didn't know anything. So I had to go down and talk about something else first, and then something else first. And all these, the extern C, why should I blindly put extern C on a function interface? Because it's not alone. You don't need to put it extern C only. You need to take care of function overloading as well if you put that. So why is that needed? That's the need. A flow of information coming without leaving any gaps or without jumping forward was the reason for me to touch on anything.
I see.
And also, I don't talk about anything unless it's related in this flow.
Right, I see.
That's what I learned when writing my chapters.
So you're not thinking necessarily about your target audience, but about how the information flows to them.
But at the same time, if I think this way, it becomes accessible to
a
people
broader
who are not
audience.
experienced in it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's boring for experienced people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the audience isn't your primary motivation, is what I'm saying. It's the
Yes,
flow. Yeah,
yeah.
right. We have a question here in the video chat box. I don't understand the motivation. Talking about your exposing your library to the Python via the C API. Why do you need to expose through a C API if Autorap already does it? Is it how Autorap does it, or is this another approach? Talking about exposing D to Python, I see why exposing through C API is interesting. Yeah, but why are you doing it this way for Python?
Two reasons. Autorap came to my understanding a little late. I didn't start this one late, but it came late. So it's not something I knew for years that I could consider. And also, our D code base has 0 outside dependencies, even though Autorap is written by Attila Neves. To be considered as one of extension to the ecosystem. I didn't want any external dependency. Also, I don't want to say this, it's so simple to do it, what I did anyway. It's one short file, as I will show in this talk. But as I have a slide for it, use Autorap if it works for me. For me, there's no real reason.
Okay. So back to the how do you think oh right, yeah, you got to type. I forget what we're still. Those are my rules, but I keep forgetting about them. My train of thought a minute ago, talking about the lack of the systems programming background, and I wonder. I have some ideas on how to change the situation. But if you were going to approach this problem, look at what the information we have that's out there, and imagine some guy coming without that background. What would you think is the first thing we ought to be teaching people if we were going to add some stuff to, say, the D-Lang tour? Okay, before you even start talking about Hello World and D, what do you think is the most important thing that they would have to know about the tooling or anything like that?
I think it should come from the need. Unless they need it, unless they need to program at that level, who cares? They don't care. But people who need to do low-level stuff like that, they will have to learn that, and there are resources for it. But it's not for the general D programmer to be concerned at that level. I have a colleague at work who I respect a lot, who knows a lot about system programming too, or on the system level at Linux environment, C++ programmer, hardcore. And I was surprised he was not strong on bit manipulation, casting, shifting, how to convert things at that level. So strong, but never had to do anything at that level. So I think unless you need it, I don't know how, and I don't think we should force it either.
Well, I actually, I agree with you almost 100% most of the time. This time I'm going to have to disagree with you just a little bit. I think it's pretty critical to understand the object, the concept of the object files and the linker. Because, and I say this because, I spend a lot of time in Discord these days lurking. Every once in a while I'll pop up with an answer to somebody's question. But I notice there seems to be some confusion. People will get a linker error and talk about it failed to compile. And they're trying to figure out why it won't compile. And so I think we have a gap in well, this is the gap, right? You have to know the difference between linking and compiling, when the link step happens, what's happening, what's being generated. I think that is a fundamental thing to use the tools properly and solve your issues.
One of the reasons is, I think I touched on it, nobody sees the linker.
Yeah.
It's hidden. There's no link step at all. I just say compile, and I usually have a .d single one, and I think it's a compiled. Yeah, that's the reason I think. But I agree with you too. Yeah.
No, thank you. We have a question from the live stream chat. Ali, you mentioned that currently C and C++ are the only choices for the automotive industry as they are certified. Do you know what the certification process is like? What can D do to get certified?
I asked the same question. It's not a technical issue, it's money issue. I heard if you pay $500 per line, you can certify anything. But I don't know the details. I'm assuming it comes with certain guarantees that you must follow these guidelines. There are AutoZar and other automotive industry coding styles. There must be the equivalent of it for D. As long as you apply this standard guideline, then we certify you for using DMD, whatever version. So there's no technical reason. There is money and interest reason.
It's always about the money. So a lot of what you do in the D community is educational. What's the motivation for that?
Well, first of all, I'm learning myself. Even though people, look, I'm a conference speaker, I must know a lot. No, I don't. On every single conference talk, there is something someone corrects, someone points out, and we're all learning. So I see myself as a learner to begin with. That's why I'm on the Learn forums. And there must be some reward for answering somebody's question in some way. So we're all there. That's why we're sharing this. We're all social animals. Plus, early on in my life, I realized that, maybe mistakenly, but I realized that there was certain quality maybe in me that I saw but others didn't. I did not only understand something, I understood how I understood it. So I could see two people talking, not miscommunicating, and I would just jump in, please tell him this, then it will connect the thoughts there. So maybe that's why I'm interested in understanding, learning, maybe also explaining. This all comes together.
Yeah, I'm always, I've been a teacher for 30 years almost. It's just hard to believe. And I find myself all the time thinking of tutorials I could be writing or, documentation that's missing, instructional documentation. And of course, the thing that keeps me from doing it is time. I have so many other things to do. And so I kind of look at the D community, and I don't look at it in terms of code. I look at it in terms of documentation and knowledge base. That's just the way I view it. So that's why I asked the question. I was wondering if you are of a similar mind there. And it's because of your educational material that I keep coming back to these questions. Do you believe that there's something more that we can do on the dlang.org website to bring people in without them crashing? You know what I mean? To help ease them into the language better than what we're doing now.
Okay, a difficult question. First of all, the quick answer is, as you and I talked yesterday, we're waiting for your video tutorials because the world seems to be moving towards video teaching.
Right.
Small, short snapshots. Even though we discussed, some people like me and perhaps you, we want to go to text and quickly browse and extract the information we need. I lost my thought, train of thought.
I'm not the only one today. Good.
Yeah, how to improve
the dlang.org experience for newcomers.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, our tour is very good. Everything is in there, but in some places it's also for experienced programmers. Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't know, to make it easier. I think it comes from the need, you know. People must need to know something. Once they are motivated that way, they will find the information, I think. Sorry.
No, that's
answer.
fine. All right. Well, let's move on off the educational thing for a bit and move on to your talk. You're actually talking about no throw on the slide that's up that I'm looking at right now. I wrote an article on GameDev.net many years ago about how to handle exceptions in callbacks in C, and I recommended catching it, and if I remember correctly, catching it and storing it in a variable and then picking it back up again on the D side, because there was no guarantee that it would be it would propagate through the C code. What has been your experience on that in interfacing with Python?
But this works. There's no bad experience, but I started with the knowledge that exceptions cannot travel through other runtimes. You can't do this. So I started with that knowledge. That's why I had to wrap every call in a tried block like that. I've known this from C++, exceptions not translating to D. But again, let's mention AutoWrap. AutoWrap does this exception translation from D to Python automatically. So everybody should use it if you can. But yeah, I think what's interesting in this talk is having to catch error. I think that's very interesting. You know, you shouldn't catch error, but if I don't, I can't even report anything.
Right, and that's what I recommended in my article at the time. But there were some people who commented on the article, and I don't remember the details, but I think on Linux it's possible for the exception to propagate through in some situations, in some implementations it can propagate. I'd have to go back and look at the comments, but because it's not guaranteed, you can't rely on it.
The other situation in my talk yesterday is multi-threading.
Oh,
you
right.
have a concurrency worker. That worker, if it dies with error, you have no idea, none. It's gone, and your main thread has no idea. Catching error and just printing something or transferring that knowledge to the main thread is, I think, very, very useful and productive.
We've got a follow-up question on the certification thing. Does the D specification hurt its prospects in the, quote, safe industries where lives are at stake? It's not particularly thorough in quite a few places.
I would agree with it. I'm not experienced enough to comment on that aspect, but I can tell you exceptions are no in C++, so that would have to be with D as well. But yes, I would have to agree. Yeah, you can't leave a specification, questionable parts in the specification. Nobody will certify it in that state.
I think this is something good for Walter to comment on, if you're there, Walter.
Walter may be muted.
Yeah, but I mean, he'll unmute if he hears me. He might not be paying attention to the live stream right now. Yeah, that's something. But how many people can document the spec in our community? What I mean, it's beyond Walter, and who knows enough about the spec to make sure that all the holes are filled. I'm wondering, that's maybe a rhetorical question, but.
Yeah, there are some people actually. Some people always come up on the forums saying, "This spec piece is wrong. It says this, but this works." So some people are looking at it. I assume. Yeah. There was that Brian Schatz, maybe.
Well, he did a lot of work because of the DCD or whatever. Yeah. So. So you guys, do you have any coding standards for D at your company?
No, no.
No.
Just one programmer so far, and also just 2 or 3 people who review the code who understand enough to look at the code.
I see.
But it's me only, no standard.
Yeah. Do you have any standards for any of the languages you're using, or?
Oh yes, very
Yeah,
heavy
okay.
for the C++ side.
Yeah. Okay. Of course.
Automatically checked.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Static checkers. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. I wonder how many. This is something I'm curious about. The other D shops, the actual, where they're actually using D primarily. I haven't heard anything about standards. Have you?
No.
No. Yeah. I guess if anybody's using standards, they're just using the Phobos standard, probably.
That's very, actually something very interesting.
Mm.
In my C++ life, doing some things the best way was always a topic. Maybe Herb Sutter contributed with his Guru of the Week things. A question, and how do you do this? This is better. Even to the point where it doesn't matter, like the const keyword, west const or east const. Everything is sliced and diced, and there's always the better way of doing this, and people should follow the guidelines. And you can see this in C++ core guidelines. There are more than 400 guidelines in there that you're supposed to know and follow. This is strikingly different in the D world. Maybe that's why it brings up the engineering part of D for me from my yesterday's talk. Just go to the result, whatever works for you. So that's a very different community. Maybe the times have changed. I know C++ from 20, 15 years ago. Maybe it's like this these days too. But that's a very big difference, striking difference, refreshing difference for me. Instead of robotically following guidelines, learning, oh yeah, in this case, I wasn't supposed to put this here and that and this. It's just write it. Solve your problem.
Well, I'm looking at the slide about argument lifetimes now, and this is something I'm going to be writing about soon. But I in my C series, and this struck me the first time I saw it from stringz.idupe. Why not toString?
Oh, that would work too, of course.
Well, I'm just wondering if it was a conscious choice. No, it's fine. I'm not. Yeah, just because I always use toString, it didn't occur to me to use idupe, and I'm wondering if there's any difference.
Yeah, there's a reason, because I was consulting the C interface, D's C interface page on dlang.org, and there's an idupe on there. That's probably why my mind picked that up.
I see. Yeah.
And of course, idupe is a little cheaper probably because you don't have to import the conv module.
Right.
Conv. Not something I would care, but that's one difference there.
Have you encountered any issues between GC and the foreign code?
Yes. The initialization of the runtime, I didn't have it initially. The second programmer at my company who actually just wrote his first D layer, that's why I'm hopeful we're going to expand D, he had the same issue. And he also had to expose D to Python, basically doing almost what I did, but rewriting the same ROSBAC parsing. And boom, Ali, what's happening here? I mean, as soon as I'm in this loop doing this from this thread, this happens. Ooh, looks like a garbage collector bug. Of course, it always looks like a garbage collector bug. And then if I set the array length beforehand to this, it doesn't happen, okay? Oh, of course, you're not initializing the runtime. So that's such an important point, which I already had forgotten. I also had issues, not necessarily from interfacing with Python, but my destructors referencing already destroyed objects. So destructors can be tricky if you especially mix with structs and classes. I can't tell you which order.
Yeah, well, it's because of we conflate destruction and finalization. is
Yes.
what you're getting to. Yes.
Yeah, so I had all those issues, and the program runs just fine. I make some improvement, and then I receive this bug report. But I must tell you, you know, I don't think it's my experience in programming, but it's D that reduces bugs so much. You know, there was one killer bug, one bad bug, my bug. I was reusing, for optimization purposes, I was reusing a buffer, but I was forgetting to initialize an object on that buffer. So I had to call construct or put a .init of that thing on that buffer. I was forgetting it, so I was using the old state from whoever populated that buffer before. Other than that one, I can't remember any serious issue in these 7 programs running for 2 years now. They just help. And that's what I meant yesterday with productive. You're not fighting bugs. You get to results. You get your programs, computer doing what you want.
Well, I've not done much Python programming, but how do you debug a Python extension?
I don't know.
Okay, I mean, so you're I'm just trying to think because you can't open it up in the debugger, right? So would you?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think you can. I did that.
Oh,
yes, you
okay.
can. You gdb --args, and then Python 3, and then your Python program. I think GDB can open the whole process.
I see. Okay. All right.
I think I've done this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm totally clueless on this aspect of it. I don't know.
Actually, the same colleague that I mentioned who wasn't comfortable with bit manipulation is the person who taught me this. So gdb --args works. So we learn from each other all the time.
Yes, we do. That's interesting. And I with the Python C API, I have seen that before. There's all that reference counting. They still have a lot of reference counting, yes?
Yes.
And do you have a lot of raw pointers that you're dealing with?
Yes, it's all raw pointers. They have a C API header file, or they have a set of header files. So, okay, a parenthesis, don't let me forget. So the Python C API comes with header files. So the normal thing for a D programmer would do is to find a C API binding. And there may exist some of them on our code repo. Maybe they are somewhat old or not. Maybe they work with a certain version of C API. But when you look at it, at certain bindings, it's huge. It's complete. Yesterday, I attended Adam Rupi's live coding session, and he showed something that I do exactly the same way. Why am I supposed to bring the entire binding family of all the functions to this end? I look at the header file, one struct and 3 functions that I need only. I just copy paste and write my own binding to talk to that. That's all. And then I realized, wait a minute, I didn't have any dictionary support for Python. 12 more. So I pick and choose everything to this side, and I agree. This is not what other people talk. I think they would get a pre-cooked something, and which will work on most cases. But once you do it your own, you own that code. You know exactly what's happening. So yes, writing those bindings, I had to deal with raw pointers because everything works around pointers to these reference counted objects. So you need to call explicitly increment ref, decrement ref for a Python C API, for a Python extension.
Right. So my reason for asking that is, I'm as I mentioned earlier, and like I said, I have no idea if I was talking to you or anybody or somebody else earlier about this. My D experience is mostly through using it with C bindings to D bindings to C libraries. I'm sorry, and
yes.
So I deal with a lot of raw pointers, but I just use the C API directly. I don't wrap, and that's where I'm wondering: do you wrap the Python API behind a safer D interface?
Yes. I let's say I started doing it. I wrote these functions that automatically did the structs around those raw bindings that came from Python side. Yes, I had my structs where to increment the ref count, decrement the ref count. Everything was working correctly. But as I mentioned earlier, I abandoned that part of the project because of getting scared that I was getting reference counts wrong in certain functions because of API inconsistencies, let's say. And I found references to this in the Python community on the forums. It's not only me complaining about this. And also, as I said, being a proper C extension was not what it was not giving me the performance needs. So I abandoned that part of the project. So this way, I'm only producing a raw C API, and the Python uses it with its own methods of wrapping. As we will see later on, it's the C types that I used. There are many ways of doing this, actually. I used C types because it came natural. It was simple enough.
But I wonder, while we're talking about this, I wonder what your opinion is in general. Should we be, in general, wrapping C bindings? You know, we make our direct C bindings and then build a wrapper on top of them to present a safer D interface instead of using them directly.
This was answered by others on the forum, the question, and I agree with them. First, a pure C binding, exactly like what the header file has. And then, if you want, a wrapper around that one to make it use it safely or exception safely, let's say. You know, RAI type that take care of reference.
Well, you say if you want, but my question is, should it be like a standard thing that we do?
Yes, 2 layers, but yeah, it should be 2 layers. Or what you mean is perhaps don't even expose the lower level.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to expose it to some degree, yeah. So, I mean, I guess, you know, what I'm thinking is, you know, I put out these raw C bindings to SDL and, you know, OpenGL and whatever. And I have seen other people put out bindings with a wrapper to go with it. And that seems to me like a lot of work, you know, and I'm thinking, well, you know, should that be what we're all doing? Should I, in bind BC, have wrap BC, you know, to go with it? And it's because, you know, we're moving toward memory safety. More memory safety is what we're moving toward. And what does that do for the future of our C APIs? And, you know, that whole fiasco about at safe by default and over whether C function bindings should be safe or not by default. So this is a question I think that we're going to have to confront
May I
at some point. Sure, go ahead.
On it?
Yeah.
So as discussed yesterday, I'm not someone who's involved in these discussions much. So I passed that safe discussion, the improvement proposal mostly. And at some point when we started making fun of, you know, with the pictures and mimes, I got interested and I enjoyed it a lot myself. And I was on the criticizing side when I read that part of the discussion. Then I had the chance to talk to Walter through email about this. And then Walter, once again, convinced me that he was right. For practical reasons, to make at safe default for your D code, you have to accept safe default for even unknown functions. Attila doesn't agree with this. Other people don't agree with this. But again, very much in sync with my talk yesterday, practicality. You know, if it's going to give me some safety, 90%, I'm willing to pay that risk as long as I can control it, of course. So once again, if Walter, you're here, Walter is a strongest engineer I've met probably. Whatever he decides, says, no matter how ridiculous it sounds initially, it's the right one eventually. Or maybe he's a good salesperson, so convinces you somehow.
Yeah. So I'm trying to tie all this together. I have the next talk. Okay, we had Walter talking about memory safety. We had Attila talking about memory safety. The next talk following yours is about trusted. So Going back to the wrapper concept, do you, from the decode, the parts of the Python API that you have to use, do you see any room for safe interfaces, trusted interfaces? Would you be motivated to do that?
I ignored the whole topic.
For now.
Apologies.
Yes, for now.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you see yourself? I mean, that's where we're going. I mean, D in the future is going to be about, you know, just judicious application of safe and trusted. So, do you see yourself ever applying that to your API here?
Probably. To be honest, even the no throw keyword is not on my actual code.
Ah.
I put it on this one.
Okay.
Because, you know, it's a little, maybe I'm the single programmer, that's why. Because all 5, or in my case, maybe 7 functions that I exposed, all of them in a tried block, I know it's no throw. So, and again, because the no throw came up on the forums, I said, okay, let's not leave no throw out of the presentation. So I put them on the slide examples. Of course, I compiled everything, it works, but that's where I am. Maybe I should be more careful, maybe, or, you know, there's a pull between automatic inference of attributes versus programmer putting them on. In some cases, you think, why am I doing it? But as a language interface, yes, you have to. The other side can't know. So.
Well, when you were implementing this, was there anything that surprised you? Something that didn't work as expected, or worked differently as from expected, or?
There are.
I ask because I remember when I first ran into I'm going to have a hard time explaining this right now, but in the OpenGL API, there's a pretty common function for when you're initializing shaders that takes a const a const char star. And I ran into issues getting a pointer to the immutable string. Yes. So you got to work around that. And that was a surprising thing the first time I encountered it. So did you ever encounter anything like that implementing this?
Yes. You need to translate it a little bit. Our const something is different on the other side. You need to translate a little. There wasn't an ugly cast, though. The function interface takes care of it beautifully, because once you go across language barrier, linker doesn't know anything. One side declares it one way, you define it the other way, everything just works. Actually, while preparing this talk, and I asked this on the forums, the talk passes arrays as a length and the pointer to first element pair explicitly. But if you take this as a D slice on your D side function, it just works automatically. Because the way the slice is nothing different from that. But it's, of course, this is cheating. It'll work only in one platform or one library, in your one case. The D API doesn't really guarantee how it's passed. And I thank the people who answered that question on the forums. So that's why I said, let's be explicit. Even the ref keyword. Initially, on the D side, I take as a ref an element, not as a pointer, and it works.
Yes.
C side passes a pointer, you take ref, and it works.
Yes,
I said, yeah.
Yeah, I wrote about that not too long ago on the blog in my one of the C articles, and it's about arrays with C, and how it all boils down to the pointer. But in some cases, you actually have to use ref for like static arrays. You can't just pass a static array by that. You have to use ref or pointer.
Of course, yeah.
But I don't think I realized that you could. Well, I guess I did. Never mind. But anyway, did I interrupt you? Were you going to say more?
No, I mean, looking at the comment, do we remove *LR? Don't we?
Oh, no. Didn't you mean gc.remove root.
Yes, what did I write?
So, well, I guess you got to type that for him.
Or was it for me or for the question?
I see. Before it, do we remove star?
Ah.
Okay, that's the question. Do we remove star LR? So I guess he was talking about your line range example. And so they're asking for clarification. Didn't you mean gc.remove root star LR?
Let me see what I have. Excuse me, please. I'm
Sure.
looking at the slides. This is 93, something before 93. It must be the destructor, of course. Oh, GC remove root LR. Oh, yes, of course.
Star LR.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, because in this case, the destructor receives an LR pointer.
Right. So
And
that's what the question was, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm answering this.
Sure.
No, I think it should be LR, because that's what we added earlier. Yeah, there's a one-level dereferencing difference there. When you construct, we receive a pointer to pointer. But when we destruct, we receive just a pointer because that's the handle. If I add rooted dereferencing, yes, I add root dereferencing, but when removing, no, it should be LR. I'm standing my ground on this one.
Okay. I guess we're coming up on the end here, right? This mylibrary.d, this is toward the end of the talk.
Well, yeah, good thing I have the 97 over 112, so we know.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the deneme.c function. Oh, this is where I talk about no automatic error management in the Go programming language. So, we are programmers. And by definition, what we do is to use the computer for our repetitive tasks. So if I do something repetitive in a language, if I have to, there's something wrong. So the language is going against its primary goal of helping you reduce the repetitive actions. This is why I like D, and even C in this case, because I can write a macro to simplify certain things. And not every language gives you this power. I'm on the crate, so I think that's the wrong choice in that case. Simple is good, as Attila said today in the keynote. We all agree with it, but it shouldn't come at the expense of some reasonable automation, let's say. So I'm a strong supporter of the D language. I like D.
Comment here, nice macros.
Thank you, I will say. And these macros I learned at, wow, I forgot the name of my company. Riverbed. It is something about river, and I couldn't come up with the name. So I learned this at Riverbed, which had a C library written almost like object orientation. Everything was object oriented in C, and everything followed those macros. Once you wrote a function, the line of expression, the next line would be bail error. So that would check whether the error code was there. In some cases, it would be bail null, because some functions returned null as an error checker or something didn't work. Everything followed the same finally. They called it something else, but I like calling it finally, that every resource cleanup happened at the end of the function. There were a few guidelines that you had to follow. When it's a loop, inside the loop, you had to allocate and deallocate. That was a little different, but that's how it should be in C. Otherwise, you can't find your safe way through C code. You must follow this kind of resource management, I learned. And that library also had huge use of macros to implement containers of array-based containers, linked lists, trees, but it was a complete mess in C to find what is defined where. If it worked, it was great. If it not, everything was macro generated basically. But it worked. That was good. That's where I learned these macros. So I give credit to Riverbed and their contracted engineers because they had them to write them for them.
I used to love my C macros, and I remember when var_args became a thing. I went crazy with it. I went crazy. Yeah, I went crazy with it, and but now I don't miss them at all. I despise them now. I guess you guys are Linux based, yes?
Yes.
Yes, and that's okay. And I'm wondering, when I was watching this before, because this is requires shared libraries to extend Python, did you do any testing on Windows when you were putting your presentation together, or?
I'm sorry, no.
Yeah, I think that's where we're gonna. I'm still not sure what the shared library support is, the DLL support is on Windows. I know there's some bugs that need to be worked out, and I wonder if that would affect this if you needed multi-platform Python extensions in D. All right, guys, the talk will be over shortly, and I've already announced this in the chat, but when it is over, we will be handing out a D-Man t-shirt to the winner of the drawing. If Ali answers your question in the live stream Q&A, you will be eligible for the drawing. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I am feeling so sluggish right now. I didn't sleep much today, and my voice, I know it's slow and
Michael, I will make a comment on this slide, which I already make in the talk.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Let me underline it. If you look there's an underscore fields underscore member of a status class, Python class. I spent hours on this one, and I was so desperate. It didn't work. And I'm going to criticize Python here a little bit, because I would expect a little better error reporting from Python to tell me, dude, there is no underscore fields underscore of your struct. Because I was typing double underscores at the front and end of it. So I spent hours for mistyping, misreading something from their spec documentation, C-types documentation. And all I got was a very underlying library, foreign
function interface, FFI.
Yes, from that layer, I was getting something wrong kind of error. But something should tell me you're using in this way, but you're missing this crucial fields member. Or maybe, I don't know, there should be some help saying there are no fields in this one, or maybe there need not be. Anyway, I spent hours, and I blame others for this.
You know, one of the common things I hear in the D community is that D ruins C++ or C for, people who used to like them. And I'm wondering, do you have any issues in context switching between D and Python?
I write very little Python. Excuse me for a second.
Sure.
Very nice origami model. Awesome. I had to approve an origami model, and I really love it.
Yes. One of the official dad responsibilities.
No, I don't write Python code, actually. When I need to, which I wrote. So when I exposed this library, I wrote a bag Python class, which is one-to-one equivalent of the open source bag class. I wrote that, but I copy-pasted and then removed all the guts and called my C API libraries from that class. No, I think I understand Python enough to, there's no big difference. I have my likes and dislikes about Python.
You're getting some commiseration here in the live stream chat. Our Python experience, be happy if you get an error message at all.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
And another one here, lack of info from Python is why I use D. Okay, I'm reading these aloud, but I honestly, this is not a Python bashing section.
Of course, no,
I don't want anybody to
but
think
I
that
mean,
in the,
yeah.
watching this later. People
we're
get
just
sensitive
sharing
about that kind of thing.
experience.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We're talking about experiences. We're not ranting or raving or bashing. I don't know. Maybe Feep is ranting, but we'll see.
There was that YouTube video shared. There's a channel that they go and try something, and they tried D for an hour. They give themselves 1 hour.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
And they kind of hit some roadblocks there, and it was painful for us to watch. But then we learned from that
Yes.
that our tool uses to bang something to bang string, but there's no import statement there. So newcomers need not know everything. So hopefully this is all productive criticism,
Yes.
constructive criticism.
There you go. Yes. So, is there anything you want to say to kind of close out the talk here as it's finishing up?
I will say the same things. Use AutoWrap, as others commented. Jan Hönig commented about it. Why even do this? Don't do this. This is just an educational presentation to show you what is involved behind the scenes behind the levels.
And the spark thing?
So, he'll be back in just a second.
My apologies.
No
Home
worries.
office
No worries.
Glitches.
It's not a problem at all. Yeah. This is not a formal setting. We're good. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really enjoy it. Let me thank you one more time on the record, Mike. Thank you very much for making DConf a reality. You know, it's hard work. You made it. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank
Excellent.
you. Thank you. And thank you for participating. Without the talks, there wouldn't be a DConf. So, you saved my bacon here with your second talk. So.
But you others made me work harder. It's hard work. Coming up an idea, they think there's no idea. I disagree. There are lots of ideas, but you need to work. All these slides take a long time, unfortunately.
Yes, that's why I don't do presentations anymore. Maybe one day.
You should.
Yeah, yeah, one day. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, live stream people. Do we have any questions for Ali? The talk is now over, so we are in D-Man t-shirt mode right now. D-Man t-shirt. You can have one of these. Ali, I know it's probably not your thing, and that's why I challenge you to make a presentation on using third-party libraries via Dub. Do you accept the challenge? The gauntlet has been thrown.
Okay, I'm challenged. Next DConf Online, I have 1 year to learn.
There you go. There you go. I think a while back I said I was going to write a book about Dub. Oh boy, well, I don't know what I was smoking when I said that.
But you have Dub on your book.
Yeah, I mentioned it in Dub, but I was going to do a more detailed write-up, and I kept pushing it back and never got around to it. But I know that there are people who wanting to enhance Dub and improve Dub. So, but I don't know if anything we write today would be relevant tomorrow. But we do need more tutorials on Dub, I think. I'm no expert at it myself, but all right. Who wants to put yourself in the running for a D-Man t-shirt? Any questions for Ali? His talk wasn't that good, was it?
So one person liked it.
Yeah. Thanks again, Ali, for another great talk. Yes.
When the video is over, the chat thing disappears, so which is a little
Yeah, but that's why we got the live stream chat. So after the video ends, everybody comes over to the live stream chat for the questions.
All right.
Have you been in the
What's that? I look for it. I didn't find it.
Yeah, it's on the DConf.org website. If you go there, you scroll down a little bit, the second paragraph, let me see. Why am I scrolling? Oh, there we go. The second paragraph, the pre-recorded talks from the schedule below, blah, blah, blah. The day 2 Q&A live stream. There's a link to it right there. So then you'll get full.
I see. I got it.
Cool. So now Walter's going to be in the live stream.
For a little bit.
Yeah.
But we can ask Walter the question about Windows DLL support.
Yes, but before we do that, let me get to this question here in the live stream. I understand FFI is done through C as it works as portable lowest common denominator, but wouldn't it be easier to interface with languages that provide high-level semantics?
No, it's actually harder. C is a very easy language to interface to. It doesn't have any complicated semantics.
Ali?
I want to answer Jan Hoenig's question. Was all the work worth it instead of using auto-wrap? Is having auto-wrap as a dependency really that bad? No, it's not that bad. Use auto-wrap. If I had known auto-wrap earlier, if I had some experience of it, I probably would have used it. But there is also some value, in doing your thing yourself. Now I know everything about this, at every point. But at the same time, I didn't write Phobos. I use Phobos too. So I'm conflicted in this answer, but that's the answer. I didn't know auto-wrap to begin with. Maybe I had it in the corner of my mind. It came last year, January, February timeframe, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe the blogs were written at that time by Attila. So that's the answer to Jan. And
there was a follow-up to the FFI. On that note, how does C++ FFI compare to CFFI?
It's actually fairly similar. The main difference is the name mangling, and the one complication is C++ has a different notion of plain old data than D does, because D has because C++ has copy constructors and D has post-split. So there's a little bit of an impedance mismatch there, and the POD definition kind of determines how the parameters are passed. So it is important, and C++ has actually a fairly complex definition of POD, and it's a little difficult on the D end to line up with that, because some things are just not in D that are in C++. So you have some issues with that. You have some other issues with overloading, in that there's some problems we finally did solve, that longs have different sizes depending on what C++ compiler you're using, and so it would change the name mangling, and the name mangling when long is 32 bits is different from the int name mangling, but D doesn't have that notion of having two ints that are the same size. So there's kind of a hack in the compiler with a special kind of struct to use that it recognizes and says, oh, he really means the long name mangling for this. So yes, it's more complicated, and there's a couple of tricky things to it. The C interface is really simple. That's why I said it's the easiest one to take care of. It doesn't have any name mangling things.
Okay, we have 2 names in the hat. Any more questions for Ali for a D-man shirt? Oh, there's Steve. He's early.
I have a question to Walter, not for the T-shirt.
All right, about the DLLs, right?
No.
Oh, different one. Okay.
Oh yeah, that one first.
Yeah.
Is Windows DLL support good, Walter?
I haven't looked at it in a long time. It used to be good, and then people would modify the runtime, and it would stop working again. And this has happened repeatedly. So I can't say with certainty what the current state of it is.
Well, we have a bounty on 2, 3 issues. I don't remember how many, but anyway, there is a bounty on improving Windows DLL support. So there are some outstanding issues. So hopefully one day somebody claims the bounty.
My other question
had an issue with how exports work. That I agreed with his solution, but he was going to work on it, and then I don't think anything happened.
Mm.
So yeah, we're a little deficient in that.
Go ahead, Ali.
You mentioned post-split. Now we have copy constructors as well.
Well,
do you have any comments there?
The comment really is we're going to move away from post-split and towards copy constructors. And there's also a dip in the queue to do perfect forwarding, which kind of adjusts the semantics with all those things so that you can do perfect forwarding. It's a rather complicated dip, but it should bring us much significantly more compatible with the way C++ does things. And the perfect forwarding is a feature people really want. So we'll see how well that works. It isn't perfect, but I think the dip gets us mostly where we want to be with that. So yeah, post-split is, is obsolete now. We tried to make it work. Andrei and I and Razvan all tried for a long time to make post-split work, and it just had some corner cases that were frustratingly difficult to get right. And we finally thought, well, let's just abandon it and go with copy constructors. So post-split isn't going to get any more improvements from now on. It's just going to be there for backwards compatibility, but for new code, you should use the copy constructors. Post-split was a great idea. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
Yeah, I really liked the whole idea. Move automatically. Awesome. Oh, but then does it interact from the behind the scenes if you have a copy constructor or not? Do you think it's safe, or will it sneak up on you when you don't expect?
What do you think? What's safe for you?
Like I have a struct design. Without knowing, post-split is executing. Then I add a copy constructor, yeah. Or maybe I change something, now post-split does something. Will it gonna come in unnoticed?
So will post-split and copy constructors conflict with each other? Is that what you're asking?
I think so, or what I mean
pretty much
do they work together? Yeah.
Well, they work together, no.
Okay.
So the idea is you just get an error if you have a post-split and try to add a copy constructor.
Okay.
So there's not going to be any thing ugly happening under the scenes. It's just not going to compile. Because nobody really understands what the semantics should be if you have a post-split or a copy constructor, and there doesn't seem any reason to have both, so it's just going to give you an error.
Okay, any more questions for Ali before I call the winner of the D-Man t-shirt without the PDAR back door?
Yeah, these things are going for a lot of money on eBay, so.
All right, Jan Honig, you are the winner of a D-Man t-shirt. Congratulations. Please email me at dlang.org@gmail.com. And I will ask you for your details. And we will ship you the D-Man t-shirt. All right, and thank you very much, Ali, for your time and your talk. And we'll see you around, man.
Bye. Bye.
Yes, thank
Bye-bye.
you, Ali.
All right, Steven. You're on deck. Oh no, you're not on deck. You're in the batter's box. I'm mixing up my baseball terminology, man. All right.
That's okay.
Yeah. You can tell us a little bit about you and give us a lead into your talk.
Yeah, so I've been working with D since about 2007. I started with D1 and Tango, and then moved on to D2 pretty quickly after that. But I don't know, I've been just contributing little bits here and there to the standard library. I would say probably my most interesting project is IOpipe, and I don't know. The language is great for me. It's something I don't after I've used D, I don't want to use any other language. So that's why I'm here. That's why I keep coming back.
Yeah, I think we were all wondering that. Why does this guy keep showing up?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So what's up with the talk?
So the talk is about trusted code, and I think trusted code is deceptively hard to get correct. And the main thrust of the talk is that when you have trusted code, the whole point of having a trusted function is so you don't have to check your safe functions, right? If we didn't have that, then you could just let safe functions call system functions. That's fine. But the idea is we want to just have to check our trusted functions. Other than that, there's no point to it. So it's really hard to write a trusted function that doesn't make it so then you have to go check all your safe functions. And I think that's really the main thing I hope people take away from it.
Well, this has been on your mind for a while, apparently, because you wrote a blog post about this in 2016.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. So
that was my only blog post to the official D blog.
Yeah, still waiting for the other one.
Yes, I need to do more.
No, but what's made this stick in your craw for so long? Stick in your head for so long?
It's just that I really like the idea of having a completely safe system to work in. I think Walter agrees with that, and Attila agrees with that. You want to work in a place that's completely safe by default, and then if you need to get out into outside of safe, then I want to mark with big red flags and police tape. Don't do anything here. You need to stay away from this spot unless you really know what you're doing. And I think there's a lot of code in Phobos that has been marked with trusted just to get it like, oh, we can apply safe. Oh, if we do that, this doesn't work. So, we'll just tag that as trusted and we'll deal with it later, or whatever it is. And I think that's kind of not the right approach to have. Unfortunately, we didn't start with safe, right? If we started with safe by default, it would have been a lot easier. And maybe even the approach to safe, if we had, I think people have talked about this, we had a blacklist instead of a whitelist, where, we have a blacklist. If we had a whitelist instead, where it's like, by default, nothing's safe, but these X features are safe, then it might have turned out differently. But I think still the things that I'm going to talk about in this talk have kind of not as much to do with that. It's just to do with the fact that what we treat as safe is whatever the compiler thinks is safe. And there's no way to tell the compiler, well, actually, even though you think that's safe, it's not. Because I have this trusted code that's expecting X, Y, or Z.
Are you using safe and trusted extensively in your own code?
I'd love to. My day job that I have a Vibe database system that runs on MySQL, and right now MySQL is not marked as safe pretty much anywhere. Part of that is the fact that it uses variant, which can't be safe. So I actually have a PR pending that is going to be pulled pretty soon. I actually Nick Soblowski just handed me the reins to the MySQL library because he's kind of burned out on doing it. So he's like, he trusts. It was very cordial and everything, but so I'm going to be taking over that library, and once my PR is pulled, then you'll have an option to use safe code. And really, because so much of my stuff deals with MySQL, I can't really make the whole thing safe until that's in there. So,
do you think that's kind of a big blocker in general? Is that there's somewhere at the bottom of the stack there's a
yeah, for sure. If you use a library that's not marked safe, and that's kind of the thrust behind making safe default, because most code we write is safe. Just about everything you write is safe. You're just multiplying two numbers or whatever, it's safe. If you don't mark it that way, then it's not going to then the compiler's not going to treat it as safe, even if it is. So that's the big problem there.
Dare I go into hornet's nest territory? What do you think about the whole default for C functions?
I think the approach that Attila outlined is perfect. If it has no body, it can't be. You have to mark it. I think that's fine. You have to say this is safe, system, or trusted, and I think that's fine. I know there's some people who say C functions can never be marked safe. They should be marked trusted. I don't care. That's fine. Whatever works. But as long as it's not, you flip a switch and all of a sudden things that are actually system becomes treated as safe without any checking. That's the one thing we couldn't live with, I think.
Give me 1 second here. The talk's about to start, and I'm going to post a couple of notes here.
Make sure that oh, there it goes.
And I just realized that I forgot to post the link to Ali's slides in his talk before, but I am definitely posting yours.
All right. And I just turned my DConf GitHub repository to public so that people can look at it. So if you look in this talk, you can see I give links to all the code that
can you go ahead and put the link in the chat?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think after the conference is over, I'm going to go back and edit all these descriptions to put the links from the slides in the descriptions for people who want them. You got a question in the live stream chat. Isn't safe inferred for some functions?
Hold on a second. If it's safe inferred, yes, it's inferred for auto functions and template functions.
Sorry about that. I was doing some admin here. Okay. Yeah, you don't have to type answers in the live stream chat because they hear me. So.
Okay.
Just in the. That's like
well,
me.
It's funny. that's not necessarily true, because depending on how you have it set up, like I had the live stream sometimes turned way down so I could listen to
right.
the talk, or vice versa, or I'm delayed. So, and in fact, I noticed that the audio is very much delayed from the chat part of it. Like I'll type an answer sometimes in the chat and you wouldn't see it for my experience, like 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, well, I'm streaming Jitsi to YouTube,
So
and I'm in
this is going
Korea.
from, this is going from Massachusetts to Korea to YouTube.
Right. It's routing all over the place. I had something. Oh yeah, it was a comment that wasn't really. Oh man, I am sorry. I'm running on just a couple hours of sleep, and my train of thought keeps going all over the place.
No
So
I can juggle if you want.
Oranges, please. Do you think that SAFE covers all the bases that it needs to cover?
If you add, so possibly if you add DIP 1000, the live function, or some ownership borrowing thing like that, and as I'll get to it later, another DIP that where you can tag data as system data, I think it could be good enough. I mean, we're never going to get to the point. The thing I've read is the interesting thing about Rust, right? So Rust is like the gold standard now of like, oh, this is how you do memory safety without problems, where the compiler makes sure you can't have memory problems. And what I've read is that in order to do anything interesting, people have to escape out of that all the time. So it's like, what's the point?
What's the point?
You now destroyed that. Yeah. So I think you're never going to get to the point where it's provably safe. You're still going to have some amount of manual review no matter what. And it's just minimizing that review.
And what's your take on trusted blocks?
Trusted blocks are fine.
That we don't have. What I mean is we have to use the delegate workaround,
Well,
lambda
trusted
workaround.
block.
Well, I mean,
Right. It is a trusted block.
Yeah, but what? Okay, let me rephrase that. What do you think about the idea that we should have syntax for trusted blocks other than lambdas?
It's okay. I don't know that it's that enabling that we need to do it, but because right now I believe in all the compilers, even without optimization, if you declare a lambda and call it immediately and don't store it anywhere, it's just like you wrote it as a block. Like it's all inlined completely.
Okay.
Walter, you might be able to answer that question.
It's inlined with DMD if you use a dash inline switch. But yeah, it'll be inlined. Unless you do something like have loops in it or something like that. If you just want to have a trusted block to do something simple like a cast or simple if or something like that, yeah, it's going to be inline. But it is subject to the limitations that the DMD inliner has, like it won't inline it if it's a loop, except under certain special cases. But yeah, eventually I'm going to fix the inliner so it'll inline a lot more. But if you keep if you sort of shrink wrap the unsafe thing you're doing around the lambda, so it's just an expression or something like that, yeah, it's going to inline and you're not going to have any problems with it. The reason I don't want to make it another language construct is I kind of want it to be ugly, to use trusted blocks in there. They should be ugly, and it should motivate people to try to minimize their use, and they should stand out too, being ugly. So that's kind of the motivation there. It's the general idea of doing the right thing should look nice, and doing the wrong thing should not look as nice kind of theory of programming language design.
And I guess that's my follow-up for Steve. He just said that he thinks trusted blocks are fine in general. Now you just explicitly said, Walter, that they're the wrong thing, and that's, I mean, there is some thought that we shouldn't even allow trusted blocks in the language.
Well, it is a subjective opinion. I mean, there isn't any answer here.
I didn't necessarily mean that trusted blocks were okay to use all over the place. What I more meant is that trusted blocks are okay syntax-wise. I don't think we need to add a special feature to allow trusted blocks versus using the trusted lambdas.
Okay, so but you think they should be minimized in their use? You think it's a code smell?
Yeah. You should not use trusted blocks unless you know what you're doing, because really a trusted block kind of poisons the whole function. So once you use a trusted block, you now have to review all the rest of your code in that function to see if somehow there's an interaction that causes that function to be unsafe.
That's another good point. Just because the operation is untrusted, you're right. You have to review the entire rest of the function to see that the parameters you're passing to that trusted thing are also safe, because your trusted block may not necessarily have a safe interface to it. Normally, when trusted is confined to, at the function level, you can have a safe interface to it, but a trusted block can be accessing, because it's a nested function, all the random variables in your function, and it can access them unsafely. So, yeah, that's a good point I hadn't thought of. Having a trusted lambda inside your function means you have to review your whole function, unless, of course, you make it a static lambda. Then you're in better shape.
Right. If it's a static function, you can you control the interface at that point.
That's right. Then you should set it up with a safe interface, and you should be fine.
Right. And there's some people who've argued on, in pull requests and stuff where we talk about trusted stuff, that it should only be that way. Like it shouldn't. You should never mark it trusted if you can't have a safe interface. And I think that's a little bit too far.
Yeah, that might be a little bit too far. It definitely should be in somebody's style guide about how to use trusted blocks. But yeah, I think that's up to a style guide kind of issue, at least for now.
Question in the live stream that was also answered in the live stream, I guess, but still, let's go ahead and ask you. Why aren't we allowed to take the address of a local if escape analysis can prove the reference will never leave the function, or alternatively, that the stack frame will not disappear within the lifetime?
You can with that live code. That's the short answer, because it does a data flow analysis to check it.
Yep, I'll defer to Walter on that.
Question in the video chat: cannot access array elements out of bounds. He's referring to restrictions in safe code, I believe. Does that mean that safe functions always have bounds checking at runtime, or does that mean that the compiler needs to prove that the access is in bounds?
Yeah, it's runtime. It's a runtime check. That's probably one of the only things that safe requires that is runtime. Everything else is compile time. I think that's true. I'd have to look back at my slide.
I think there's some dynamic casting of class hierarchies that factor into that as well, but I'm not sure.
I think dynamic casts always work because they'll return null if they don't work. And the null pointer is acceptance.
Right. It is true, though, if the compiler is able to prove that the indexing is within the bounds, it can skip doing it at runtime.
Yes, that is very true. If it's, let's say, a static array of 256 values and you have a U byte that you use as an index, you can say, okay, I don't need to check this.
Yeah, some optimizers will also look at your loops and will see if, you know, I is less than the length of the array, it can skip the bounds check inside the loop body.
Right.
DMD does not do that, but I believe GDC and LDC do that.
Stephen, issue 2655 for the tagged union. This is the regression that.
Okay. Are we looking at a question or?
No, this is me. This is me. Yeah.
Okay.
On the slide, and the slide just went away. But the compiler accepts unsafe code in a tagged union. Oh, slides.
Yes.
Slides.
I'm sorry.
Hang on just a second. I'll come back to this. I meant to. Oh, I did post your slides link, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, no, I did. Okay, I'm gonna open up your slides so I can read it.
Yeah. So when I did that, I'm looking. Yeah, that was the one where I actually started writing my talk and wrote my code to say, okay, here's my attempt at a safe unit, and I'll say, okay, and now I'll tag the unit test as safe, and it won't compile, and then it compiled, and I'm like, wait a minute, that shouldn't happen. So then I found this bug where, in some cases, it infers that a function is safe even though it's accessing a pointer or an integer as a pointer.
Hmm. So my question was, this is a regression from 272. Have you did you look at it at all into?
No, I'm not a compiler.
Yeah.
No.
So is this something we should prioritize? In your opinion, Walter?
I mean,
everybody's bug is top priority.
I mean,
this is a memory safety bug. This is your bugbear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Occasionally, I'll just look at everything tagged as safe and go through the list and fix them, but I don't do that all the time. But I really like the keyword categorization of bugs on Bugzilla, because a lot of things in the compiler, you need to sort of get up to speed on that section of compiler again before you can fix bugs in it. And if you can fix a whole bunch of related bugs in the same section, it's a lot more efficient to deal with them that way. That's why, maybe a month ago or so, the inline assembler is a complicated, ugly piece of code, and I decided to simply fix everything in Bugzilla that was related to the inline assembler. And once I got up to speed with how the inline assembler worked again, it was pretty quick to dispatch all of the bug reports for them. So any safety issues, it's real important to mark it with the safe keyword on Bugzilla, because a lot of them are related, and fixing one may give you a clue also for how to fix the next one, and it just makes things more efficient.
Okay, for posterity, we have a follow-up question to the earlier question about bounds checking at runtime, and the follow-up was, can I turn it off? If I can, doesn't that then violate safe? If I can't, doesn't that hurt my performance? And Steve typed an answer already, which is?
Yeah, I think you can turn it off if you turn bounds check off, but it might be set up now that safe code still will have the bounds check, but I haven't tested that.
Oh, you can turn it off.
You can turn it off. So yes, it will hurt your performance, but it's not worth it.
Well, the reason is so you have a way to check to see what its impact is on your performance. Okay, if you can leave everything else the same and just turn bounds checking on and off, then you can benchmark and see what it's costing you to do the bounds checking.
I'm going to look this up, but I'm pretty sure there's a parameter to say bounds check only in safe code. Is that right?
Yeah, maybe that was added. I don't remember.
Yeah, there's bounds check on off or safe only. So if you turn it safe only, then it should be on.
Yeah, I remember that now.
I should put that in the chat.
By the way, I should just I'm a fan of the way you superimposed Walter's and Attila's heads on these images here.
Oh yeah. No, that I was like hoping to be in a live audience and it would maybe elicit a laugh, but whatever.
Well, you just elicited one right here.
It took me a long time to find. I don't know. Did we go through Attila's yet?
No, I don't think we've gotten there yet.
It took me a long time to find an image of him looking in a certain direction so that I could put it on there.
You're looking for something, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I just typed on the follow-up answer to the 6.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's what you were looking for. Okay, we got a question for you in the live stream, but go ahead, Walter.
Or something, you know.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we got a couple questions from the live stream here. Is there a Bugzilla category for new contributors?
No.
Okay. Another question for Steven. What's your plans?
You mean for new contributors, like to look at bugs?
Oh, right. There's like an easy category or something,
there's like
right?
a boot camp, right? Isn't
right.
There
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Matt. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's a boot camp.
Yeah. Boot camp or whatever it is. Okay, good. Steven, what are your plans for IO pipe? Do you plan to propose it for inclusion in dRuntime or Phobos?
My plans for IO pipe for now don't include that. I'm hoping to get IO pipe to a point with the std.io library that Martin started to make it so that I have like a complete replacement for Phobos IO. At that point, I don't know if I need to include it in Phobos, but it would be cool to have it as an option for people to use.
So why aren't destructors safe?
Why aren't destructors safe? Oh, no, what I meant was that destructors might not be safe. But I had marked the function that called the destructors as trusted. So you could end up passing in a type that says, that has a unsafe destructor, and then now you've trusted that because it's part of the template. So you got to be careful with that. So that's why I abstracted it out.
From IOStream from the live stream, can IO pipe be used with VibeD?
Not yet. I plan on having that's my next thing is I want to make IO pipe or std.io have a driver for at least one fiber-based asynchronous driver. And Vibe would be a great target. The only thing is Vibe already has buffering and stuff in place. So I'm not sure how that will work, but I'm sure I can use the underlying event driver for that, what is it called? Event core as a base for my driver. And then I can write IO pipe on top of that. And then it should be seamless with Vibe. So yes, I would love to do that. I kind of sad that I can't use it in my normal code.
Okay, this one on your "Are we done" slide. This one jumped out at me when I was reviewing the video when you first sent it to me, and I was surprised that there is a situation where if you have, in some cases, trusted code, you actually need to review not just the function, but the whole module.
Right.
Was this something you learned the hard way, or?
It's something that has come out in PR reviews in Phobos. I don't know this guy's name, but his handle is like AG0P something or other.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know him in the forums. Yeah, don't know who it is.
Yeah. I don't want to pronounce that, but anyways, we had a discussion over basically a similar tagged union. There's kind of a tagged union in Phobos called choice, which basically takes two ranges and based on a Boolean mimics one of those two ranges, and it stores it as in a union. So basically it's a tagged union. One of these is valid, the other one's not. And there was a lot of discussion on that, and that's kind of was the inspiration for this talk, is like, if you can change the tag, then you've violated all the trusted code that's in there. And because the whole file has access to the private data, you can't encapsulate it in there. You have to review the whole file. It's unfortunate that that's the way it is, but I mean that's the way D works, so we have to deal with that.
And do you see a way around that, if allowing safe variables?
Well, it's coming up, I think, in attempt 3. I think there's a way where I don't necessarily want to steal the thunder from my talk here. But,
I'm sorry. Yeah, you did talk about that, didn't you? Okay.
I think there's a way to do it.
Right. Okay.
You'll see.
Let's not steal Steve's thunder because of my bad memory. I wonder, Walter, were you aware of that? Did you follow that just now that we were talking about?
Oh, there was a discussion some years ago about that. Is that the one you're referring to, Stephen?
About
the need to review the whole module.
It wasn't about reviewing the whole module, but there was a fair amount of discussion a few years ago that I participated in on trust's local effects that can spread outside of the function. But it didn't go into private issues that I recall.
Yeah, the problem here is we have basically you're encapsulating your safeness into a type and hiding the trusted parts behind the private data that you can only access from trusted functions. But the problem is the whole file can access the private data, so you still have to look everywhere to see. And in some cases, you have a file that has lots of code that doesn't deal with that function or doesn't deal with that type, but you still have to review it. You still have to look at it and see, is there some code in here that's accessing private data that shouldn't be?
Yeah, there's been some discussion, not necessarily about trusted, about D's ability to access private data from functions outside the class, but are in the same module. And my argument with that is if that's a problem for you, those functions should go in a separate module.
Yeah,
there's no reason to program D code like you program C++ code where you lump everything into one file. There's just no reason for it. There's the module constructor. The module is, shall we say, the scope container for it, and the module structure is meant to be used to help isolate things from each other that shouldn't be looking at each other's private data. So if you're having that problem with your code, I would suggest a refactoring into more than one module, and you put your secret stuff into a separate module.
Yeah, well, I think that I'm a big fan of the private to the module. I like that, but I think the surprise here is that it's a potential hole in safe.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't view it as a problem, actually. I think private for the module is correct.
Right.
I like that. I just don't. I think there's other ways to fix that problem. And it's actually, I'm talking about it now on my talk.
Yes.
Attempt 3.
Right. The system variable. That's what it was. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, we won't steal your thunder, your talk's thunder anymore.
The thunder's happening right now. Can you hear it?
Oh, I hear it. Yeah, the windows are rattling.
Nice comment here from John Colvin in the video chat. I'm very happy you're giving this talk completely by coincidence. It's the same talk I was going to write, but never got around to it. The talk still happens. I don't have to write anything.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, but I get a T-shirt for it. So.
Right.
Well, the great thing about DConf Online presenting is, we'll cover all expenses going down to your office, down to your den, and turning your computer on.
I charge a lot for that.
Yeah.
No, it's actually really cool, and I have to admit that in all the conferences that I've talked at in DConf, I always feel like I'm going to throw up.
Uh-oh, we've lost Steve.
The image got frozen.
Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Okay, well, the last thing we heard is I always feel like I'm going to throw up, and that's when you froze.
Yeah, you really left us hanging there, Steve.
Going for the trash can? What's up?
I always felt like I was going to throw up before my talk in real life, and it's much more pleasant to have it pre-recorded and not just be talking about it like it's somebody else.
Well, now I feel bad because DConf is supposed to be a really friendly place where you don't have to worry. You shouldn't have to have anxiety.
It has nothing to do with this. Just some people that get anxious. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I'm not one of those people. But even when I was emceeing in 2018, I was nervous a little bit. I mean, I've been standing in front of crowds for years. University orientations, few hundred kids there, and no problem. But little room with 50 people, and I was like, uh-oh, I don't know what it is.
And it's really funny because 5 minutes before I get up to talk, and especially like last year, 2019, I know everybody in the room. Like I'm talking to them in the hallway, and then for some reason my body says, "Oh, this is going to be bad." I'm like, I know all these people.
It's a Pavlov's reaction, right? You're in the.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's not about who's in front of you. It's just about being in that situation.
Yeah.
And I had a weird problem. I had a weird problem recording the audio for my talk, as I would have all fixed in my mind what I was going to say, and I hit the record button, and my mind went blank. And this happened repeatedly, and finally I gave up, and I wrote myself a script. And I pressed the thing, record button, and read the script. Sometimes once I got going, I was fine, and I could usually extemporize or whatever, but I needed that script to get me started with each slide, which was rather frustrating. Maybe it's something I can get better at, because I haven't done pre-recorded presentation before.
This is the part.
Go ahead,
Walter. You might be interested in the lifetime stuff.
We have a question in the live stream for both of you, actually. Currently, derived class destructors don't have to have all the attributes of the base class. What do you think about fixing it? For example, @safe destructor in the base class can be overridden by a system one.
That shouldn't be allowed. If that's happening, it's a bug. No, wait a minute. I think I have that backwards. It's always confusing to think of covariance and contravariance. Yeah, I think that is not a bug.
I think it is not a bug for a destructor, because a destructor is not something that's virtual.
Yeah, and the destructor, a system destructor can call a safe destructor for the base class. Okay?
Yes.
But the other way around can't happen. If you derive it and make it safe, then it can't call the system destructor of the base class.
Right.
So, okay.
So the idea is in a derived class, you can loosen restrictions, but you cannot tighten restrictions.
So wouldn't that, the question here, wouldn't that prevent having a safe destructor member in a subclass? And yes, it should prevent it. That's the point. Okay.
Yeah, I had to think a lot about this to convince myself that it worked and that it was sound.
You're talking about the ownership?
No, the contravariant.
Contravariance, I'm sorry, yeah. I'm sorry, I was looking at the ownership slide. I thought we had shifted gears there.
Yeah.
Op borrow. What would you expect an op borrow to do, Steve?
So one of the things that I talked about in this part of the solution is I think that there's still some things you can't duplicate in a struct, and possibly a struct could say, you know, this thing borrows from me, and maybe there's an op return to give it back, because otherwise you can't. Because one of the things that I think the at live solution solves for many cases is, you know, you have two references to the same thing. But what if you have two references to the same thing, but they're of different types, which is what's happening here for a tagged union?
It's not going to allow that. It doesn't care what the type is.
Yeah, but how does it know that it's the same thing then?
Because
like,
of where it came from.
It came from two different functions.
Right. Then
so two
it's
different
from both, and so it will. So the question is kind of if I pass two different references to a function and then return a reference, which one does that live think it comes from? And the answer is both. So it will not allow. It will assume it comes from both, and so it will not allow any other live references to either of the two arguments.
Okay, so maybe it will work. I'm not sure.
Now, in Rust, you can have an additional annotation to say which one it comes from, but I decided to that it wasn't really necessary to have that. I may turn out to be wrong, and in which case we can always add it. But I'm going to see how far we can get without having to add an extra annotation like that.
Okay, we have a question here. I can answer this one actually. Is at live and related work the implicit successor of DIP 1000, which has been superseded? And that's not actually what the superseded means in this case. DIP 1000, the feature was not superseded. The proposal was superseded by the implementation. What that means is the implementation of DIP 1000 no longer matches the proposal. So that's where the superseded comes in. At live is not a successor to DIP 1000. It is an extension of DIP. It's built on top of DIP 1000. Did I phrase that correctly, Walter?
Right. It builds on top of DIP 1000. DIP 1000 is part of the core language, even though it's still only enabled with a switch. It's supposed to be part of the core language. There was talk yesterday we should. It's been sitting around as a switch long enough. We should just go ahead and put it in as part of the core language now.
And he goes on, it says, referencing an earlier question, at safe taking the address of local works with preview equals DIP 1000, but not with the at live annotation.
That's one of those things I'd have to think about.
I don't know if that was a question or if going on a furthering a conversation.
I'd have to think about that a bit, so I'm going to defer an answer on that.
Well, I've got a question from somebody. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know the compiler in some instances, if you take the address of a local, it will implicitly make that local it will implicitly add the scope annotation to it. So that may be what he's referring to there.
And you found more bugs, Steve. Can't hear you, Steve. You're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I found lots of bugs. Some bugs that were already found and some that I found new.
Well, we're just going to have to block you from Bugzilla so you can't post them. I don't have to deal with them.
No, I think he's finding them so we can put a bounty on him that he can claim.
Oh. Well, the trick there is to...
I don't plan on fixing the bugs. I just plan on finding them.
One thing I saw in this company that decided to rate engineers on how many bugs they fixed is they would take one bug and divide it into as many sub bugs as they could, and then they'd fix them all and get credit for fixing 10 bugs instead of one bug. And of course, the QA team would then argue with them about this, and it would result in these huge back and forth arguments about how many bugs does this bug actually represent, till finally management threw in the towel and says, we're not going to rate engineers on bug fixes anymore. Which, of course, was the right answer.
By the way, I wanted to jump back to what Walter was saying when he was doing his recording. I recorded this all in one go and then edited out my mistakes. So you'll notice that if you watch my actual camera video, there's lots of cuts in it. And I'm very thankful that I was able to do that because there's a lot of really bad.
Well, I learned a new trick. I'm not big on video editing, but I've been toying around with it recently because I've been doing walking tour videos, and you can mask out your errors without doing any cuts. So we had for example, some spelling errors, and the English teacher in me wouldn't let them go live. So I asked the perpetrators for corrected versions of their slides, which they sent me, and then I was able to mask them into the video to basically cover up the original errors, and worked pretty well. Oh. It's a neat little trick. Nice. Yeah, it's called masking. I guess there are plenty of pro video editors out there like, well, duh, but this is all new to me.
I actually intended on doing some little graphics on it, but iMovie only lets you put in one overlay at a time. So I had to put the overlay of me talking, and I couldn't put in overlays of like I was going to underline like.
Yeah, no, but you get yourself a video editor that supports masking, and you're so. All right. Robert, guilty as charged. Yes, the perpetrator, one of the perpetrators. Okay, you're getting lots of compliments here, Steve. Great talk, scary stuff.
Great, thanks.
Magnificent talk, thanks. If you guys have any questions for Steve or Walter regarding safety issues, and I know, Pitar, we have a question from you for Walter that I'm going to come back to in just a minute. I haven't forgotten. But I want to get questions about the talk out of the way first, about the topic. So let us know. There is a D-Rocket coffee mug waiting for you. And I want to say thanks to Andre for giving me the budget for all these prizes. I asked for a certain amount, and he said, yeah, sure, without hesitation. So, and I'm not keeping track, so I don't know if I've exceeded the amount, but I'm pretty sure I haven't. So, any questions? While we're waiting for questions, Steve, do you have anything you want to say to kind of close out the talk there? Beyond what you said in the conclusion?
No, not really. I mean, I hope we get that 1035 in. I think at live looks very interesting and useful. You know, we have all these things that are, as my dad would say, in the hopper, ready to go, and we need to. I think we need to get that safe stuff. You know, that it's. I think Walter was right when he said, you know, maybe not right about that it will kill C, but that it's going to be one of the most important things. You know, people are just sick of fixing, you know, the heartbleed bugs and all those bugs that happen that take down so much of the world that you know, they're just not going to put up with it anymore. And we can position D to be maybe not the bulletproof, you know, unbreakable thing, but the compiler that helps you make sure you write safe code. I think it would be a very good position to be in.
Yeah, and you can pick any widely used C library, like image loading libraries or networking libraries, and look at their changelog history and how many commits were or updates were for.
I found it very interesting that, like, I went to look. It's like, okay, I'm sure I'm going to find some safety bugs, and I found both Google and Microsoft 70% of all bugs, like exactly that number.
Yeah.
70% of all bugs were memory safety bugs.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. And they just keep coming.
And a large number of those are buffer overflows.
Yes.
That's the number one bug in C code, is memory or safety bug in C code are buffer overflows. And D's nailed that one for a long time. So with that live, we're just kind of picking up the remaining pieces. Whose cat is that?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing. Steve.
It is my cat. She wants to come in the room.
Oh, it's
climb up on my lap.
Did you forget to feed her again?
Oh, she's just. I can go let her in. You guys want to see the cat?
Question for Walter and Steve. What do you think? Oh, I'm sorry. Andre mentioned during the review of DIP 1035 that the unit of encapsulation in D is the module, and that private should become more strict instead of introducing system for variables. So what do you guys think of this sentiment?
I don't like it, because still, I guess it still means you have to review all of your safe code that's in the structure then. Right, so you still haven't escaped the fact that I now have to review functions that are completely marked safe and there's no trusted escapes inside. I don't like that idea. I want to review as little as possible.
I think Steve has it exactly right. You want to review as little as possible, and if you find you're having to review too much code, you should, with safety issues, you need to split things into smaller modules or smaller functions to get better encapsulation.
Speaking of my father, he just commented, even though he probably understands nothing of what I said.
Yeah, nice job.
He watches all my talks, and he always tells me, he's like, I didn't get anything you said, but nice job. You did well.
Yeah, that's what my dad would always say with my talks.
All right, so right now the D-Rocket coffee mug belongs to Dennis. Are you guys going to let him run away with it? Questions?
Somebody asked a question in the talk too, right? About the I think it was Jan or Jan Honig or something like that, about the array bounds check.
Right, but that was this is the post in the live stream. We do the prize, but he's in the running for the gift cards already. So
okay. I didn't know how it worked.
Yeah, the prizes are reserved for the live stream to motivate people to come in and ask questions in the post talk stream. Any more questions?
Oh, here's another one. We talked earlier about STD2, Steve, and I was asked about the status of it. So I'm gonna defer
sure.
that to you.
Yes, I remember that. I literally just came down and sat down to lunch and heard my name mentioned yesterday. Yes, so I admit that I'm also procrastinating just like you were and haven't done anything yet. But I think we're at a spot now where we're going to that I can actually make it work, even without some compiler help. Using what we're going to use is mixin templates as we talked about in the emails, and I think it's going to look pretty nice actually.
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
So, yeah, my first step is to try it out, see how it will work, and the things that I was working on in terms of getting rid of auto decoding and
Yeah, auto decode must die.
yes, for sure.
So here, this is actually a good question. What questions should people be asking? No, seriously. I mean, in terms of safe and trusted, what questions should people be asking right now?
Basically, what can the compiler do to help me write safe code? And safe by default, dip 1035, dip 1000 making it the default, the live code at live. I think those things is really, that's the question you should be asking yourself. Like how can this compiler help me?
I don't know if that's the context in which he intended it, but I think it works there. So we'll put his name in the running. We'll put his name in the running for the D Rocket mug. Yeah, I know. So we'll put him in the running for the D Rocket mug. And Yan's in the running now too. Is it worth Is it worth it for me to annotate functions with @safe right now? I'm talking about things the compiler can assume for optimizations.
Yes. Annotate safe as much as you can, whether or not the compiler does anything with it. It's good to do that.
The only thing I would say is not templates, because templates already should be inferring without the bug we talked about earlier. It should be inferring safe anyways.
You're right.
If you mark them as safe, then they'll stop compiling for things they should compile with. So
which is good.
Yes, but sometimes you just your template is just a template. It's not intended to be dictatorial about everything must be safe.
Well, it depends on how hardcore you want to go about being safe.
Yeah, for sure.
And next question, is consistent documentation of current and emergent features?
In fact, I think just simply annotating all your code with safe and then seeing where the compiler complains may be eye-opening, because lots of times you can make something from system into safe without sacrificing anything.
Correct.
For example, if you take a string, or if you take an array and you go .pointer, that's not safe, and that will be a flag. But if you replace a thing with the address of the array sub-0 with 0 in brackets, that's actually considered safe. And then you can use the safe annotation with that. It is allowed to take a reference or take a pointer past the end of an array. And it's specifically allowed to, so you can do things like loop until the pointer runs over the edge of the array. You just can't dereference.
No, that's actually not allowed. You can't take a reference to past the end of an array, because you can, but it'll trigger the bounds check, and the bounds check is going to say no.
Yeah.
Is consistent documentation of current and emerging features a barrier to users writing safe code?
It's a barrier. I'm not sure it's a barrier to writing safe code, but yeah, I guess I'd have to say it is a barrier, because if you get a compiler message and it doesn't make any sense, well, that's not very helpful.
Yeah, and I went over that in my talk when I said, okay, I've written this template and I just marked the unit test safe, it all of a sudden it just says, oh, I can call this system function. Well, that doesn't help me because I don't know why you marked that as system. So if there was actually a feature that the compiler could say, you could tell the compiler, I expect this template to be inferred safe. Tell me why it didn't get inferred safe, rather than me having to go and mark it safe and recompile.
Well, I'm just going to say that's how you do it. Yeah, mark it safe and see where the error comes from,
and that works. That works for the most part, but sometimes you're not the one who wrote that template, so you're importing it from some library. A lot of times I have to go into my dub cache and go mark things safe so I can figure out what the hell's going on.
We have here a question basically about attribute hell. D has a lot of attributes. I see functions with attributes slapped everywhere. Are the defaults sensible?
Oh, there's a lot of debate about that.
Hello, worms.
Yes, I agree. I think I posted this in a newsgroup post. It would be great if no throw, safe, no GC pure was inferred by default, and you just turned it off for when you didn't need it, because that's I think just everything should be inferred by default, and you just mark it if you want it to be a different way.
Question: do you think shared libraries can be trusted? And he gives an example here that touches on me, because I was really worried about it when I saw the safe by default dip before. BindBC, my bindings package, loads dynamic libraries using G-shared function pointers, so you can never call them from safe code, even if they have a safe interface. So can shared libraries be trusted? I think it's different if you're loading them dynamically or if you're loading them statically. So I mean, if you have a static interface where the system's loading, I think that can be trusted for sure. But I guess this really applies to loading manually.
I don't know how BindBC works, so I'm not sure.
Basically, I just load function pointers. I declare the function pointers to be G-shared because they got to be shared across threads, and I just do a DL open, and then load the symbols, and
that happens in thread construct.
No, that happens when you call load. You have to manually call the load function. Yeah.
As long as it's properly mutex or something, it should be fine.
No, but I mean the G-shared can't be
allowed in
safe.
code.
It's not allowed in safe code, but you could trust it. You could do trust it.
I guess the only way to do that, I'd have to make the function pointers thread local.
You could do that.
And then you'd load the DLL per thread, but man, all those function pointers.
Well, that's kind of... if you say, oh, we'll just look the other way and let you do it safe anyway, then safe doesn't really have much meaning to it.
Yeah, so I guess the answer, I mean, is there a way to do this that makes sense to where you can have a safe
this is what
interface?
happens. People's just start marking things trusted because it's like, well, I know this works. I think Attila said the same exact thing, either in a forum post. Is like I just put things, I just mark things trusted. We were talking about DIP 1028. It's like, yeah, well, then there's bugs, and I think I pointed out a couple of bugs in his code because of that. And people just slap trusted on because they just want to get it to compile. It's compiled before, now I want it to compile now, and I put safe up here, but in order to get it to work, I just put trusted on it. But if you don't think about what that actually means, then you're going to run into problems.
Yeah, Snarwin Paul is saying, shared libraries can be trusted to the same degree as any external library. If you know from its documentation specification that it has a trusted interface, you can mark it trusted. But like I said earlier, I think that's only true if you're letting the system load the library. and you're just using, you know, regular
Yeah, I
function
think the question
declarations.
was more about
Yeah,
the loading of the library, not
manual.
calling
Yeah,
it.
yeah. If you're loading dynamically by yourself, you're calling DL open. In that case, I don't see how it can be trusted if you're going to provide access to those function pointers across threads. Can shared be trusted? Gshared can shared?
Shared is safe, I believe, unless.
So if I changed the function pointers from gshared to shared,
then technically you shouldn't be able to use it then, right?
The problem is you can't load it then.
okay, that's why I went with gshared in the first place.
Yeah, gshared is basically shared but without the type information.
Yeah, so Dennis is saying here, I use another way to phrase my question: can my OpenGL application ever be safe? I use safe and leaf functions as much as possible, but I feel my application as a whole is doomed to be system.
It may be. You know, the DMD source code, I've tried to make it safe, but, you know, there's just a few too many things going on in there to make the whole thing safe. And just kind of accept that, just like we've tried to make the whole thing const in there, and you can get about 95% through making things const, and then there's something down at the bottom which is mutating things, and you know, you could fake it with a cast, but
okay, we got a question about standard v2. Is it intended to be no GC?
const. I think it's the fault in the organization.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost both of you. I thought you had stopped talking, but you had frozen. Both of you had.
Yeah, I got frozen too.
Yeah, I just.
I'm not sure what.
Yeah, so we missed. Yeah. Yeah, we got a. There's a question about standard v2. Is it intended to be no GC?
I'm not sure about the. I think it's a hope, but right now I'm more focused on how do we make it actually happen, so that you can have both the original standard and the standard v2 in the same binary.
Well, there's very little in Phobos 1 that actually requires the GC. So I think that we can do STD2 and have it pretty much be no GC. Maybe not entirely, but...
We should make it as no GC as possible.
That's right. One thing I've talked about before, but hasn't really caught on, is the idea of, rather than having the library decide how memory is allocated, have the user decide how the Phobos routines are going to manage memory by passing in what Andre would call a policy, which is how do you allocate memory. And that would push the decision onto the user instead of the library having to make that decision.
Okay, I want to go back to a question that came earlier. It's not related to your talk, Steve, but if you want to stick around, please do. Otherwise, you know, you're free to leave. I release you. We had a question for you earlier, Walter. Some good rules for pull requests are to make them as small and focused as possible and to separate refactoring from bug fixing. Sometimes, though, the problem is complex, and so is the pull request. What do you think about organizing regular, for example, weekly, bi-weekly video calls for code review between the author and available reviewers for bigger DMD pull requests? If the pull request is touching the DMD backend, your input there could certainly be helpful. And before you answer that, Walter, I would like to say that I think this is going to fall under the purview of our new pull request managers when they come in. And I think I mentioned yesterday that we have two people have been offered the job and they've accepted. We're not going to announce it just yet because we want to establish what their responsibilities are going to be first. And I think this is a candidate is something that that they could think about. But we'll be soliciting ideas from the community for what their exact responsibilities should be in this role. But anyway, Walter, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I would kind of like to not pull the rug out from under our new PR managers before they even get started. So I don't want to weigh in too much with this is how it should be. But one thing I find very useful is sometimes years after a PR's been pulled, there turns out to be a problem with it. And when you go back and look at the review comments in the PR, you're often, or at least sometimes, able to get clues as to why the thing is the way it is and potential problems with it. And I'm kind of concerned that if it was done over a video chat, all that context would be lost, and you'd be looking at a PR completely baffled what it is or how this thing managed to pass the review process or something like that. So that's kind of a downside to it. I really like the ability of GitHub to keep a record of these conversations and the review comments on something, because I'm often, the person who made the pull request, may have lost interest in D or just decided to move on, and they're gone, and it's a large, complicated pull request, and I'm looking at it because there's a bug in it and having no idea how the pull request thing worked, how did it get through the review process or anything about it. So sometimes there is a debate in the reviews of the thing, which helps a lot. And if it's on video, or if it's on done verbally, all that information is lost. So I guess I have a problem with that.
Is there, is there a roadmap of what standard allocator needs to be production ready? This is from the live stream, not me.
I'd kind of defer that to Attila and Steve. I'm not a heavy user.
Idea.
Yeah. Okay. So
I use allocator in IOpipe, and my usage of it, I found that I actually had to write my own allocator for the GC because it was allocating all my ubyte buffers as containing pointers. So I think it still needs some attention for that aspect, at least. Like it doesn't interact with the GC perfectly. But yeah, if you had that, and so you could say to set your default allocator, now you've just communicated with Phobos. This is how I want you to allocate things.
I want to expand a little bit on what I was saying about the pull requests. Where the verbal thing or the verbal thing can really help is if two or more reviewers have intractable difference of opinion about how to proceed. Then sometimes it just doesn't work to keep reiterating back and forth in text, and it's time to pick up do the Skype call or the team meeting or something then to try to figure it out. Or worst case to worst, then you defer it till DConf, and then you all sit around with a beer and hash it out. I've found that really works on the most intractable of differences, is to sit around the table with the beer, and you can almost always get it resolved that way. So that's an exception to the text reviews.
Okay, we're expecting Stefan to be here any minute now for his talk. And I've just run my magic standard.random.uniform program, and the winner of the D-Rocket coffee mug is Mr. Blakely. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Blachly. I know your handle. I see you in the forums all the time. So you are now the proud owner of a D-Rocket coffee mug. Congratulations. I do have your email, so I will email you for your information.
Can you hold the mug up, please, Mike?
Can I hold what up?
Do you have the mug on your desk?
No, I don't. I don't have them. I don't have one. I have to order it from our D-Lang Swag Emporium and ship it from there.
Oh, you gotta have the swag to get people all excited.
You know what? Do you know what? I ordered this shirt from our store. I ordered like 5 of them, a couple for me and some I was going to give out to some kids I was teaching because they love the D-Man. And I had to order it 3 times because the first 2 packages got lost. They just don't like shipping to Korea, I guess. So I haven't ordered a coffee mug yet.
The international mail service really likes the D-Man t-shirts.
That's it. Yeah, somebody told me they told me that sometimes their trucks get jacked on their way to the shipping center in Florida or something in Miami. I don't know what that was, but maybe that's what's happening. All right, Steve, thank you very much.
Thanks. It was good.
Enjoy Bierkoff, man. See you around.
I played it.
Bye bye, Stefan. Welcome.
Hello there.
Yes.
Hi, Stefan.
Hello.
I would like for you to go ahead and introduce yourself to the people who might not know you, and go ahead and give a little bit of an overview of the upcoming talk.
Okay, so my name is Stefan Koch. I'm still in Germany, but I'm gonna move to England relatively soon. And the upcoming talk was supposed to be about approaching zero template overhead. I'm not sure how much this is still true, but I will put a little bit of light into why compile time may be slower than you're expecting, and a little bit of what metrics you can look at to try and figure out what's going on. And how we maybe in the future be able to mitigate it.
And if you're missing any context about the zero template overhead, you can provide it right here in the live stream.
Yes.
As a compliment, as a compliment to the talk. Yeah.
I was hoping so.
So and we already have somebody here saying this would be Feep saying yes, I would like to approach that. I guess he would like to approach the zero template overhead. What set you on the path toward chasing template performance?
It stood out as being really bad. Like I was starting out doing UCTV to improve compile times, and then Ethan contacted me with his Bindaroo project, and he wanted to let me have a look at how much faster it could be when new CTV was there. And I had a look at it and had to tell him, well, new CTV, when it's finished, will perhaps give you a 10% boost. So it's really not that much, because all of your stuff seems to be slowed down by how many templates you instantiate. And from that point on, actually, I've been working on trying to get the template overhead down. So from 2016 on, I have been on and off working on that project. I do have full-time jobs, so it can't be that much time that I dedicate to that.
Did you have a solid idea of what needed to be done before you jumped into the code, or was there an exploration phase, or?
For templates?
Yes, for templates.
I still don't have a solid idea. There is always exploration, and when I jumped into the problem, I certainly didn't know why it was the way it was.
Right. And so you've been working on this for 4 years now. How far away are you from finalizing your end goal?
How far away anyone from getting to the end, right? It's performance optimization is something you can always do more of. So I don't know.
Okay.
And I've also been running into roadblocks with forward reference issues, with other dependency issues that do not occur in when you regularly write code. These forward reference and dependency issues don't happen as much. But as soon as you're trying to expand what you can do with metaprogramming on a language level, you have much more complicated dependency graphs to consider. And that means right now I cannot move forward. I have to get better infrastructure into DMD first before I can even try and make an estimate about when it could be done.
And we are counting down to the start of the video. We're just over a minute away. I should probably go ahead and post this to Twitter and then get your slides. So I'm going to be away for just a second. If there's anything you want to say while I'm distracted here, please go ahead.
I don't really know what to say. Do you want to say anything, Walter? Maybe you're away as well. Yeah, there are some things that didn't make it into the talk because I wanted to keep the talk simple. And I hope that it will reach most of you. And I would be very happy to get feedback about it.
And I should remind everybody that this is the last talk of the conference. And at the end of this talk, after we do the post-talk Q&A session, I will be announcing the winner of today's $50 Amazon e-gift card and the grand prize winner of the $100 Amazon e-gift card. And the talk is starting now. And I'm about to post the link to the slides. Just a second. There we go.
I hope you're enjoying the talk.
Are you on the talk chat, Stefan?
I'm not. Should I be?
Yes, because you'll need to type your answers to the short answers there. You don't need to be on the live stream, but the talk chat on the playlist.
Yes.
Somebody just said hi to you there.
I see.
Since you're talking about yourself here on the slide, what got you interested in compilers in the first place?
Okay. So how has the conference been for you, Mike? I guess it's tiring having to talk all the time.
No, the talking isn't tiring. The tiring part is staying up all night, and I expected to get some sleep today, but I wasn't able to because we had some things we had to do. So I got about 2 hours of sleep total between yesterday morning. Well, yeah, whatever it is, it's been several hours. So I've been kind of running on steam on the last couple hours, but I'm getting my second win right now. I'm almost finished with my coffee. But what is it? You were talking about the. I think I had my mic off. You were talking about on the introductory slide, giving some background that you've been a compiler dev. I think since 2014 is when you started working on the compiler. What got you into compilers originally? What was the interest? What sparked the interest?
Hard to say, I guess. Always seemed like a kind of magical area. Like you take something lifeless, you take a block of text and you turn it into something that makes something happen. So you are breathing life into the source code, so to speak. And that was very interesting to me, and I wanted to know how it was done.
We have a question here in the live stream. If new CTFE was infinitely fast, executed in 0 time, how much would typical compile times improve?
Well, depends on what you mean with typical compile times. Are you template heavy or not? Can the person who asked the question clarify?
Yeah, he would have heard you. Can you clarify there, Bruce? Are you template heavy or not?
So I would say the average phobos using codebase, perhaps by 10%, 10 to 15%. That's how much you would get with infinitely fast CTFE, I would guess. It is really not that impactful right now.
And I guess, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There are cases like if you're using standard regex, then it may well be that new CTFE does give you a second or so speed up, 30 to 50%. But as long as you're not doing that, then it's not that much faster. So CTFE right now is really not the main bottleneck.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to ask you, well, I just finished typing here. I'm trying to keep up with my questioners for the Amazon e-gift cards on my little list here. The question about that is that what led you into templates when you realized that CTFE wasn't the bright light you thought it was?
Yes, I was actually quite disappointed when I realized that, because I sunk so much time into making new CTFE flexible and jittable and getting it on the path to get really, really fast. Right? New CTFE is supposed to be 20 times faster than the current CTFE we have, once it's really ready with jitting and stuff. And I found out, well, this 20 times faster only applies on 10% on the compile time, so it actually isn't changing that much.
Now, right now in your talk, okay, this is the question I was about to ask you, but it's coming here from. I think this is going to be a long answer, but if you can give a short answer in the chat box here. The question is, what is an expansion factor? And I was going to ask you to expand on that because I think a lot of people aren't going to follow what that means. But if you can give a short answer there in the chat box and give a bigger answer in the verbally. Stefan, are you there? Oh, we've lost Stefan.
I think I lost my internet connection there.
Interesting. I have you here twice. Oh boy.
I can see that.
Kick out.
So
wait, hold on. If I kick this, is it going to kick you also? I hope not.
No.
I'm not sure we can handle
Okay.
two of you, Stefan.
Stuff should get ready twice as fast, ideally.
So can you go ahead and expand on what the expansion factor is?
That should be explained in the video right now. What is it that people don't understand about it?
Well, I think it's a term that a lot of people hadn't heard before if they're not familiar with the templates.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a term that you would have heard, because it's just a name that I gave to the ratio between the code a human types and the code the compiler actually has to deal with. For example, like we saw in RDMD, you have 1,000 lines of source code, and the compiler sees 100 times that, and there the expansion factor is 100. And one thing I wanted to get at here, because we had it in the Q&A yesterday, the speeding up your build process by doing a make -j and just doing separate compilation, because D allows so much meta programming, that's not as helpful as it would be in a language where you like have static order of declaration and you cannot introduce anything into the semantic paths. Right, in D, most of the code is not visible, and the expansion factor basically tells you how much of the code that you have is the tip of the iceberg and how much is under the water. And in RDMD, for example, you have 100 times.
Oh, Stefan, we lost you again.
Things.
Oh, you're back. Okay,
Hello
you
World,
froze.
for example, has an expansion factor of over 200, because it's very little code on the page, but a lot of code if you instantiate all the formatting templates. Yeah, so that's what I can say about expansion factor. I don't know if that's good enough.
And Bastian in the live stream says he thought we had found the solution to clone more Stefans.
I'm not sure how good that idea is. I mean, they would probably block themselves when you have more than two, because the other two would be trying to come up with smarter ideas.
Just remember, there can be only one.
Okay, so you touch here on the operator from the DIP that recently went through community review, which you guys, or at least Manu, I think is going to revise heavily. What is anybody? What's that clicking? Is that your keyboard or?
Oh, that. I'm not sure if it's my keyboard. But...
There we go. Okay. Oh, we lost him. Oh no, wait, we didn't. Okay, you're there. I'm sorry.
I just muted myself to get.
I see.
I think it's me.
So is the dip going to change significantly? Do you know?
The dip itself, I don't think so. I haven't had too much to do with it. I was more working on the implementation, like getting the first implementation off the ground, and giving Manu the grounding in what has to happen in DMD. I didn't really work on the text or anything.
So can you talk about some details on how the implementation works?
Oh boy. The implementation right now is something we're not proud of. They essentially work like templates. They copy the expression, they copy the tuple, they apply the operation that you're applying to the element of the tuple, and it then pastes that in. It's almost as if you had written a string mixin that goes over all the arguments of the tuple. The current static map in Phobos is almost like what ... does. So it still copies a lot of code, which is because of forward referencing issues and such things. If you want to avoid that, you cannot force the resolution of certain AST nodes if you do not know the complete context. And in order to avoid that, we have to copy these nodes. I'm not sure if that makes it more confusing or...
Well, I'm not going to follow any of it anyway, but the viewers might be better at it with me than I am.
Now you're muted.
Say, I'm sorry. I'm back. All right, there we go. No, I was saying, you know, anything you say right now is going to go over my head anyway. But I think some of the viewers are gonna get it. And I'm wondering. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It really shouldn't. I do want to explain something everybody can understand. So,
I understand.
What happens is in ... the expansion happens in place, but all the elements still have to be copied, which is a bit suboptimal, but the current structure of the compiler forces us to do that. And it could be faster, but that would need significant changes to how DMD resolves things.
Mm. But you still see this though as a win over what we have now.
I think I show the performance benefits in the slides. You have a 1.x win in certain extreme cases. In other cases, it's lower. And I see the concise syntax that you can get with the mapping and the reducing of type sequences. I think that's a win, but it's only a win in straightforward cases. So I would still recommend going to something like type functions for greater wins.
Mm. And you briefly mentioned type functions at the end of the slide. You don't go into any detail on it. If I am I at the end of the talk, if I remember correctly, you talk as a future direction, type functions, and what was the alias?
The alias assign.
Yes, alias assign. So, what can you give a quick layman's introduction to type functions?
Yeah, well, type functions are actually quite easy. They're just functions which can accept types as their arguments, or they can return a type as a return parameter. And it can, of course, also return regular things. For example, you can have a type function that's called sizeof that returns a uint, and it gets a type as a parameter, and then you can say pragma message size of parenthesis open int parenthesis closed, and it will tell you it's for.
And we have a comment here in the live stream chat. I think Ali was surprised to learn that t.sizeof is a thing.
Oh, well, it is. Very useful.
Yeah, it's, wow.
How did you live without t.sizeof?
And alias assignment, what does that do?
I'd like to refer that to Walter if he's here.
Yeah, I'm here. What about alias assign?
What does it do?
Oh, it just allows you inside a static for each to reassign an alias symbol. And the point of that is so you can replace recursive instantiations of a template with an iterative approach. And the advantage of the iterator approach is it doesn't need to expand or instantiate more templates with all those associated issues. It can just, oh, I just assign a new value to this alias. There's a outstanding pull request for it. It's been sitting there for a while. I'm not really sure why, but it is there. It works. It has a bunch of restrictions on it, so you can't have circular references and things like that. And I think it's worth a try. Nobody's really done any performance checks on it yet to see if that pans out, but I don't know why it wouldn't pan out, because avoiding doing all that template instantiation stuff should be a big win for it.
And my apologies to Ali. Of course, he knows what t.size of is. It's the t.size of ... that was the surprise that
Oh
works.
yeah, that only works with like when you have ... Doesn't
Yes.
work with it much.
Yeah, that comes
But
from
yes,
the diff.
it does work, and it works quite well because of how the parser is architected. And I have to, I'm probably sometimes, like, you would think that I see DMD in a bad light, but that's not at all the case. It's a very nice compiler to work with. Certainly one of the best that I ever worked with from the code base perspective. Like, even the parser is relatively well amenable to change.
So we have a question here from the live stream. For the recursive static map, how much of the overhead is in syntax copy and how much is in semantic analysis? Do we know?
Ooh, I don't, but I can certainly provide the data after the talk. Like I wanted to provide a zip package with the code that I use to measure this, and I can include it in that data set when I publish it.
So right now we're looking at the why is ... faster than static map. And I guess you've got three reasons here, but I guess probably the most important was that it causes less code to be generated.
Yes. All those intermediate nodes that you have, they fall away. And alias assign, I guess, would do the same thing, but I haven't benchmarked that because that wouldn't even work with the size of thing. It only works on types. You cannot do t size of and then run the alias assign on that. So in the current form, it's still too restrictive to do the things you want it to do.
And you mentioned in the talk, I believe you're probably talking about it somewhere right now, I don't have the audio on, that you don't see much use for, was it here or was it in the forum thread, the forum discussion about the dip, where you don't see much use for ... and reduce operations?
Yes, I think it was in the talk. I didn't find anything where I could use it for. You could use it for any satisfies or all satisfies. But that's about the things that I can think about. I would do. I don't see any more things you'd like to do, but there may be more. It's very straightforward to have to reduce with just a single operator, and I think most of the time what you want is you want to map your type sequence to some subset of it, like the size or the fields or what members it has, and then you want to do some more filtering, some more elaborate filtering, and that's hard to do with just one single reduction operation, I think.
So So until we get these features that help reduce the expansion factor, what do you recommend people avoid or do you recommend people avoid anything in template metaprogramming to keep their memory usage and compile times down?
That's a hard question, because if you have to, like, if you want to interact with the type system and do like type computation stuff, you can't really avoid templates. There is some
let me clarify a little bit. I know you can't avoid templates, but I mean, what about template metaprogramming would you, I mean, like recursive templates, for example? I mean, is there any specific idioms that you would say, don't do this, do this?
I only have don't have any alternative that you can currently do in the language, which is why I'm working on a relatively major language change. From the outside, it's relatively major that you suddenly have types as a tangible thing in your language.
So
the only thing I can say is try to avoid recursive templates. But if you're in a situation where you have to work on types and such, you cannot really avoid them. So, yeah. Try to put the stuff you can put into string mixins. That's, and I think I also say that in the talk, the fastest way of doing metaprogramming right now is using string mixins.
That's interesting, because I remember years ago, string mixins were a really big drag on compile time performance. So you're saying that they're like useful now?
String mixins by themselves are super fast. You just you take the string that comes out, you parse it, you lex it, you run it through the normal compiler stage. The compiler is optimized for exactly the way that a string mixin goes in. What it is not optimized for is concatenating a giant string at CTFE, but that's a separate question. Like, try to use string mixins and minimize the usage of append equals while you are creating the string mixin. And that is actually most of the advice that I can give to CTFE optimizations as well. Try to not use append equals, pre-allocate your strings, like use static char arrays and write your stuff into that, and then just slice the zeros that you don't need off before you return the string. Try to avoid appending at CTFE because it's quite expensive.
Okay, I am about to, we're at the end of the talk here. He's on the Symmetry is Hiring section. So I'm going to announce, hang on, might win a DConf Online 2020 shirt. Okay, there we go. So this is the DConf Online 2020 t-shirt round. If you have a question for Stefan and he answers it, then you will be in the running for a DConf Online 2020 t-shirt. And once we finish with this, I'm going to announce the e-gift card winners, the $50 winner for today, and the overall 2-day questioners, the $100 prize. We have a question here from Simon about typical Phobos pipelines, a la, he gives an example of a range pipeline here, like x.map, .filter, .reduce, blah, blah, blah. How expensive are those if a program has many of them?
Depends on how much you reuse the same types. I guess if you use like does he use the equals array syntax in his example? Because if you do that, then per template you will generate a new function, so you will always get unique templates even though you're doing the same things, and then it's quite expensive. If you are using actual functions, so you don't use lambdas or function literals, then it's not that bad. But it can be quite a drag if you're not aware of that. And for example, if that is combined with like a static for each, then you will generate like 50,000 function bodies that are all the same, but the compiler doesn't know that because the context they're instantiated in is not. And we would need something like compile time data flow analysis to be able to say that. And that is a really complicated problem to solve. So complicated that I've abandoned trying to solve it and jumped onto type functions instead.
Next question. Is there any way to profile the compiler in a way that attributes to compiled constructs, templates, functions, modules, not compiler lines?
There is no built-in way. I mean, the one thing you have is the -v templates that can attribute to how many times you instantiate a particular template, and you can of course hack the source code of DMD yourself and put like stopwatches into the semantic processing to try and get a feel for where the time is spent. But I can tell you most of the time it's going to be some template in Phobos that all your compile time is being sucked into. Or a static for each if you have them. Those are also not very friendly.
A little compliment for you here, Stefan. Excellent talk. Always interesting to see how the compiler treats a construct internally.
Yes. There is one more thing that I wanted to bring up. I actually found my text file with all the clever sentences I wanted to say during these, being able to say something. Yes, the problem with these compile time eaters is they do not show up on the surface. It's like you see a 700-line program and you just compile it, and it takes 2 seconds to compile and 3 gigabytes of memory, and you wonder why. And that is also the issue with profiling, where your compile time overhead comes from, because it's usually some template that instantiates another template that imports another module, that module has to get pulled in, then all the templates that are declared like outside the module get also evaluated. And usually when you try to profile these things, you see, oh, all my problems are with the standard format template. And that's simply not true. In reality, it's because format pulls in the Unicode tables, and the Unicode tables get regenerated by CTFE when they're pulled in the first time. And generally, it is really quite hard to know which part of your source code actually caused something to happen, or whether that's a second order effect that is caused by something else. I hope that is understandable.
Okay. Question. I think I know the answer to this. Well, I know the answer to this one, but I'll let you answer it anyway. Are type functions already in the compiler?
They are not. I'm not sure when I will propose them for previews. There are some small changes to Phobos that have to be done for Phobos to work when type functions are there, even if you don't use type functions, because type functions introduce the type of a type. There is now an implicit conversion between two types. When before getting the type of a type, was not possible, you would get an error. But with type functions, you can write alias t equals type of int, and then you get the type back, because int is a type. The supertype of int is type once type functions are enabled, and that needs some changes to Phobos and some working out. And then I still have to write a dip. I want to make it available as a preview feature, but right now it's not in a state where I am proud to release it, because there are still cases where it fails and it shouldn't, and I really want type functions to be a plug and play feature. It's like, if you know how to write a function, you now know how to do incredibly complicated meta programming, because that's all it is. You pass types to a regular function and you get a type or a string or whatever back.
Next question from the live stream. Will type functions make new CTFE more important?
Yes, much more important. If it's actually used, right? If you still use your Phobos templates, then new CTFE is going to stay as important as it was. But if you're using type functions and if Phobos starts adopting type functions, then it becomes much more important. I can easily see CTFE taking up 80 to 90% of the compile time once type functions are widely used, and then new CTFE will be much more important and will be able to provide a direct speed boost on top of your type functions.
Okay, next question from the live stream. If you were building a compiler from the ground up, what's the most important part you would this is an incomplete. What's the most important part you would, I guess, put in to not hurt speed as you scale up?
I would make it task-based.
Task-based?
Yeah, I would build it on top of fibers. If it's a D-like language, because once you have in the code the ability to produce more code, the relationship between the lines of code in your file and what the compiler has to do is no longer linear, it's superlinear, and then it makes sense to be able to fork off more compilation tasks while you are going, because it's generating code while you're already working on some of the code previously generated, and that allows for a lot of parallelism opportunities.
Okay, any more questions for Stefan? All right, Stefan, you're free to stick around until the very end here, or take off as you please. Walter, I'd like you to hang around until the end, because I'm going to give you the final word. And right now, I'm going to pick a winner of the DConf Online 2020 T-shirt. I believe we said. Is that what we're doing now, right? Yes. And the winner is Feep. Mathis Beer, you got it. I will email you. I've got your email, and get your information. But no, wait a minute. Time out. You are a DConf speaker anyway, so you're going to get the T-shirt if you want it. So I'll let you pick a shirt to win, the D-Rocket or Digital Mars shirt, that kind of thing. One last question for you, Stefan. Does going task-based address any correctness issues?
Lots. I've started a thread on the DLang forum because of the feedback that I got yesterday from Twitter. and he said that he didn't know of any correctness issues that would be solved by making the compiler task-based, and there are some, and they have been there since like 2010 when D2 first came out, and I don't see any other way to fix them.
Okay, and I've just run the program again to pick a winner for the $50 Amazon e-gift card, and it is James Blakely. So you get a double whammy today. Congratulations. And now, the grand prize.
Mike, I think your microphone is off.
Sorry, did you guys hear me announce the winner of the $50 gift card?
No.
Okay.
You're going to have to go back about a minute at least.
Okay. The winner of the Amazon e-gift card, $50 gift card for today is James Blakely. Double header for you. Congratulations. J.S. Blakely. And let me modify my little program here very quickly. Okay. The grand prize winner, the questioners for 2 days of DConf Online, for the $100 Amazon e-gift card is Snarwin. That would be Paul Bacchus. Congratulations. Congratulations, Paul. I think I have your email, but go ahead and please email dealing.org@gmail.com just to be sure. So we can get the details worked out.
One more thing. I think I forgot to thank the listeners for listening at the end of the talk, so I would like to do that here. If you listen to my talk, then I thank you for listening to it. And if there's anything that I could make better or more clear, please let me know in some way or form.
Okay, and thank you, Stefan. And I'm gonna give Walter the final word here for the conference. But before I do, I want to thank all of you for watching and for participating, for asking questions. I want to thank all of the speakers for their talks, and I want to thank Walter for as always for giving us the reason to be here and continuing to give us the reason to be here. Because without Walter, there's no D, and without D, there's no DConf. So anyway, I really enjoyed it, and thanks for putting up with me in this live stream for 2 days. And that's all the gratitude I have right now. So Walter, I'll let you go ahead and close us out.
All right, thanks, Mike. None of this DConf would have happened without Mike. Mike has done an incredible job, and he's done it all by himself, from organizing the whole thing to preparing the website to editing people's videos and helping them get them right, to spending 2 solid days on the microphone, always being ready to talk. I'm sure you must have a very sore throat by now, Mike. I get a sore throat just thinking about all the work you put in. Mike has done a very professional and very wonderful job, and I thank him very much for that.
Well, thank you. That makes it worth it.
Yeah. We're very happy to have you. To the speakers, of course, this also wouldn't have been possible without fun and interesting talks from you guys. So thank you. You're kind of the Mike is the glue, and you guys that hold everything together, and you guys are the meat. It's great that you could come here and give your talks. It's nice to see your faces online. I really miss having the in-person D-conference. This remote thing is working, but it's still not as good as seeing all you guys speakers in person and all you people listening in and all that. And I miss you guys, you know, miss the interactions between the talks, and I miss going out for a beer with you guys afterwards. I really hope this pandemic gets over soon and we can get back to live ones, but this worked out so well. Maybe in the future we can do an in-person one once a year and a remote one like this on the other half of the year, just to keep things hot. Maybe we can do that if Mike is willing to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have help next time.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a little too long going a year between DConf. So maybe we can do something like that. And this worked out so well. I'm hopeful maybe that's something we can do even after the pandemic is over. I hope everyone, nobody here is adversely affected by COVID. I've been fortunate in not being affected by it. I work from home anyway, so it really hasn't made much difference in my life. I hope it hasn't affected you guys too much. Isn't it great that D is all distributed all over the world, or the D developers are? So really, the pandemic hasn't affected our work or at all in the slightest. So I would say we're all lucky for that. The only thing bad about things being all over the world is I have to get up at 6 a.m. for this conference. It's really tough to do. Ali's probably in the same boat. I'm not sure where everyone else is distributed, but most of you, it appears that it's daylight. I'm always confused about the South Korean time, Mike. Is it daylight for you?
No, it's 5 a.m. right now over here.
Oh, you got it as bad as I do.
Yeah, we're 14 hours ahead of the East Coast, so.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I get off this, I'm going back to bed.
Well, you know what? Hey, you can share a beer with us in BeerConf if you want to. If you have a beer in your fridge, put yourself to sleep.
I do, but I got some other things I got.
That's fine. That's fine.
Get off this, so and then I'm gonna go back to bed. I've been about fuzzy-headed all through this conference this morning because I didn't get any sleep.
I know that feeling.
So, anyhow, upvote us on YouTube and spread the word and start thinking of your presentations for the next conference. I know each and every one of you has a presentation on you, although you may not believe that. And I'd like to hear them. So I will see you all next time.
All right, everybody. I think that is a wrap. Thanks again.
Mike, I can't hear your mic's off again.
I keep doing that. All right. I think that is a wrap, and that's a great way to close off the conference. Thanks, Walter. Everybody, take care. Bye-bye. See you in a BeerConf.
Okay, bye, everyone.